Welcome in, everybody. Mega Monday, everybody. Mega Monday. Trump strikes back. Trump strikes back hard and fast. Trump strikes back hard and fast. Iran hit hard, you guys, over the weekend. Come on in, hit the like button. Mega Monday. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast for geopolitics and domestic debate. Remember to guard your privacy. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. Come on in. Welcome to the live stream. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines as you come in, you guys. Thank you to YouTube. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my chat room. Thank you for all the new subscribers. Trump hit back hard. We got some somber news this morning. We lost 3 American soldiers over the weekend. It may be 4. It may be 4 soldiers. Three soldiers is what I'm confirming right now. Up to date right now in Iran. Numbers in Iran right now. We've lost anywhere from 13 to 17 U.S. soldiers. These are the losses right now coming in right now. On behind me in your screen, you see 9 days. This is day 9 of escalated attacks in Iran. Iran responded by bombing, sending missiles to Kuwait. So one of the soldiers that we lost over the weekend, he was detonating an Iranian drone, right? So Trump made a statement. I'm going to play a statement where Trump says they have a couple drones, they have a couple missiles. I am reporting day 9, and America takes casualties. 3 American soldiers, personal casualties, anywhere from 13 to 17 U.S. troops in its entirety from February 28th, not over the weekend. Over the weekend, I am reporting three U.S. soldiers were unalive, potentially 4. Right now, all we can say is 3 is what's being reported at this time. Now, for an overall picture, 13 to 17 U.S. troops have been unalive in this conflict. Tens of personnel have been wounded at Gulf installations. As far as Iran casualties, how many losses? Because you might want to know as I report. The U.S. suffered 3 losses over the weekend in escalated attacks versus Iran. Going back 9 days, we're in day 9. What you look at behind me is the escalated attacks. Ever since the funeral for Ayatollah Khamenei, Iran broke the MOU, Iran broke the ceasefire, Iran started the conflict. We now have been in conflict and bombing for 9 days. I reported that the Ukraine has allegedly supplied the United States with high technical capability and drone technology that we haven't seen before. I have reported the U.S. Navy, for the first time, used a naval drone to destroy Iranian naval bases. Now, today, Mega Monday, double tap hit the like button, Perfect Summer Podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube. Today, somber news, you guys. I want to say rest in peace to the soldiers. God bless those soldiers. God bless America, and God bless their families. God bless those soldiers, God bless America, and God bless those families. So we're reporting today, over the weekend, we have escalated events in Iran, 9 days of continued bombing, and over the weekend, we suffered our first casualties, 3 casualties over the weekend. I'm reporting that there's 13 to 17 troops lost since February 28th. Now, when we look at Iran has lost over 3,300 military and civilian unalive since February 28th. 3,000 lost, 26,000 injured. That's the numbers right now, ladies and gentlemen. The U.S., since February 28th, has lost 13 to 17 U.S. troops. Iran, 3,300 unalive, 26,000 injured. That's what we're starting off today. Double tap hit the like button. Trump responds back. He is escalating. He said he's going to uptick after the events of the weekend, where 3 U.S. soldiers lost their lives. Donald Trump has said he's going to uptick. He's going to uptick the escalate even further with bridges, power plants, and possibly desalination. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I said I didn't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I bombed Carg Island. Don't touch the pipes. Don't touch my pipe. Pause. And we're going to bomb the power plants, the bridges, and possibly desalination plants. I don't want to do it. They need the water. They need the water, but I don't want to do it. Donald Trump escalating in the region. 3 soldiers 3 soldiers over the weekend. God bless them and thank you for your service. This is Donald Trump responding to questions about the recent strikes on Iran were carried out in honor. The recent strikes in Iran were carried out in honor of the troops who were unalived in Jordan and Iraq. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. So unfortunately this morning, very somber news, but the U.S. is not backing down. I'm still reporting MAGA strong on Mega MAGA Monday. Trump responds. 9 days. People said we didn't have any missiles left. I beg to differ. 9 days of continued bombing. Now we hear Iran wants to make a deal. I said we don't make a deal. Till January. Double tap at the like button. Coming to you live from the region. Over the weekend, unfortunately, 3 soldiers unalived. Donald Trump, 9 days of bombing. Donald Trump responding to questions. Double tap at the like button as you come in. Welcome to YouTube's #1 podcast for political and geopolitical debate. I got a pinned comment. We got a poll. It's active out there right now. Double tap at the like button. We got a pinned comment. We got a poll. I'm going to get a goal up in a minute. Everybody do what you got to do. Share it with a like-minded person. Everybody in the chat room right now, I know you hit the like button and subscribe. Double tap for everybody who didn't hit those 3 ellipses. Let's listen for Donald Trump. Let's get into day 9 Iran update. And we got Keir Starmer resigns. You know, I've been talking about Starmer, Macron. How long we been talking about Starmer, Macron, USAID, UN, NATO? I mean, what I said about NATO, I explained, I broke down to people about Brexit, about the EU versus the UK, about NATO, and about Spain being a free rider today. Starmer goes to go see King Charles. King Charles takes his resignation. They have a brand new prime minister. This is what I'm talking about. We got a brand new prime minister in Canada. It's not the guy, who was the guy, Kudrow, Mudrow, Hudrow, I don't know. What was his name? He ain't the prime minister no more. Kudrow, Hudrow, Budrow, I don't know. He ain't the prime minister no more. Brand new prime minister in Canada. Brand new prime minister. Starmer's out. This is what I say when we talk about the UK, when we talk about NATO, when we talk about the allies, so-called allies that you hear a lot about in my chat, and how our interests are no longer aligned. They didn't question us. They didn't concern us about whether or not they should go with a new prime minister. I didn't hear Trump being consulted, but with these such close allies. Double tap at the like button. Donald Trump, day 9, 3 troops unalived. Starmer out. Starmer out. If you don't know about geopolitics, you're going to learn something today. Oh, you're going to learn today. Double tap at the like button.
We feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that.
Trump says latest strikes on Iran were in honor of U.S. troops unalived in Jordan and Iraq over the weekend. We're starting our reporting with 3 U.S. troops unalived over the weekend, potentially 4. Double tap at the like button.
We feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly down. Everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots. We feel very badly.
God bless them, man. God bless America. God bless those troops. Donald Trump just said it's probably 3. That's what I'm reporting today. I've heard some reports that it may be 4. So what I'm willing to report is what the president just said. America lost 3 troops over the weekend in bases in Jordan, in bases in Iraq. Donald Trump is saying that he just is responding in kind. It's been 9 days, ladies and gentlemen, since the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei, and Iran broke the MOU, broke the ceasefire. It's been consistent bombardment. We've bombed in Karg Island. We're bombed every naval port on the Iranian coast. Now, over the weekend, Iran, they say they want to negotiate, but they're still launching with few remaining missiles they have and a couple soldiers. One of the things I want to report, one of the soldiers was trying to detonate an Iranian drone and lost his life. God bless his soul. And so all of these are not actual hits from Iran. Double tap at the like button, everybody. And what I'm also reporting, as we take a listen to Donald Trump give his regards to these 3 soldiers, is the actual casualty report. Double tap at the like button. I did a table for you guys. You know I like to do tables and do walk so people understand what's going on. Current casualties for the United States is 13 to 17 U.S. troops. Current casualties for Iran and its regional proxies. Who understands who the regional proxies? If you watch my channel and you subscribe to my channel, you know who the regional proxies are. Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. Over 3,000 casualties for Iran and its regional proxies since February 28th, and 26,000 injured. Double tap at the like button. 3,000 casualties. We're not keeping score this morning. We're not keeping score, but I want everybody watching, the viewing audience, to understand the research that we done. And if you're wondering what's going on, I want to be able to give you those numbers, because I don't know if you're going to get those numbers everywhere. You may hear a lot about the 3 soldiers that unfortunately lost their life, and we say God bless them, God rest their soul. But you may not know about the actual details on the ground. So that's why I do the research and bring you numbers like those. 13 to 17 U.S. lives, possibly 3,000 Iranian casualties, including the Iranian proxies. Double tap hit the like button. Donald Trump speaks to the casualties that we faced over the weekend.
We feel very badly, but those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
Great patriots. Donald Trump reports. So maybe 3. We're still getting the numbers. I heard maybe 4. We're still getting numbers. 9 days. This is unclassified footage from sitcom. This is unclassified footage from sitcom. U.S. carries out 9th consecutive night of strikes on Iran. You may not know or be aware unless you're new to the channel. Double tap at the like button. Go ahead and subscribe. We do this every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m., giving you Trump news, giving Democrats the boo-hoo blues. Double tap at the like button, everybody watching right now. What you're watching right now is day 9 of escalated attacks on Iran. U.S. institutes higher escalated attacks on Iran in day 9. Ever since the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini, where Iran started striking vessels after the funeral, where they asked permission. Keep in mind, Iran asked for permission from the United States to have the funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini. They said they wanted 9 days to mourn. The day after the funeral, they started bombing and they broke the MOU. These things are facts you cannot break, right? Iran waits 4 months to bury the supreme leader. We've not seen the new supreme leader, right? They say it's the son. We haven't seen or heard. We've only gotten letters, right? So they wait 4 months to have a funeral. They go to Trump. Now, everybody on CNN is saying that Iran is winning the war, but they got to ask for permission to have a funeral. I'm just giving you the facts. They say Iran is winning the war, but they got to ask for permission to have a funeral for the supreme leader. Trump agrees to give them permission in peace efforts to get a deal, right? So Trump says we will stop the bombing and give you the funeral and the 9 days you asked for mourning. Iran, this is what I say, there's no leadership in Iran, because a lot of people don't understand what's going on. I'm reporting to you 9 days of consecutive, look at the screen right now, 9 days of consecutive attacks. Now, why is this important? If there was a true leadership, a true direction for the IRGC and what is remaining in Iran, you would have had them take the full 9 days and regroup, right? They asked for permission to have a funeral and 9 days to have mourning. They didn't even take the 9 days. They didn't even take 1 day. I argue they are so emotional. They are so broken up without leadership, they couldn't control the sensitive emotional reaction that occurred hours after the funeral. They had 9 days to come up with a game plan. Nobody spoke on behalf of Iran at the funeral. No one spoke to the world. I would have wanted to see the sun. I would have wanted to see the new leadership say, we are winning. This is our future. None of that happened. Instead, you have this emotional, illogical response that denotes a lack of leadership and focus. You didn't take the 9 days. Instead, they bomb us directly after the funeral. So after they bomb us, now keep in mind, when they broke the MOU, Trump was still in Turkey at a NATO summit. Trump bombs Kark Island from Turkey in the NATO summit. Iran attempts to assassinate American President Donald Trump, in case you didn't know that. Donald Trump flew to Turkey on a Qatari Air Force One jet. He had to fly back on a different jet because there was an assassination attempt on his life. There has been 9 consecutive days of bombing ever since these events. Over the weekend, 3 American soldiers lost their life. God rest their soul. God rest their soul. Double tap at the like button. Purpose of the podcast, everybody get the likes up. 9 days of strikes. 9 days. This is the 9th consecutive night. You know what I want to say about these bombings? Like, let's slow it down in slow motion. I said this last time when we looked at these bombings. We're not seeing anyone protecting these sites. I don't see, typically, because that's what the liberal media would love to say. Oh, there was civilian casualties. Oh, this person got hurt when we hit the bomb and this and that. Do you see anyone? These are sensitive targets, sensitive sites. I reported this last week. There is nobody guarding these missile sites, these telecom sites, these bridges. There's nobody there. I got to call that out. I got to call that out because for those of you who listen to the propaganda that Iran is doing so well, you got to take a look not only at the fact that we are successfully hitting our targets every time with impunity, but the fact that there's nobody there. Again, separate site, different site. Take a look, everybody. Separate site, covert site, nobody there. Nobody there. You see them shooting, bomb, gone. Let's take a look at that again. You see, this is fire. They're firing. They're firing. Take a look. We're in slow motion. They're in the bluff. They're shooting. They're gone. This is what's going on in Iran. You got people with pea shooters versus the most prolific military in the world. One more time, so people understand truly what's happening in Iran. Because people keep listening to CNN. If you listen to CNN, you won't get the full details. You won't end up with the truth. You got to come. This is unclassified from sitcom. It's unclassified from sitcom. Here it is again. Here it is again. Here it is again. Nobody around. Nobody around. Nobody. These look like, like just people walking around. This doesn't look like a organized military effort, right? It seems just like remnants. People want to say Trump is making it up, but I don't see a force. I don't see an army. I see remnants. I see a couple people here and there, and I see America with discrimination just taking out anything and everything they want to without being stopped. And in fact, they're not. And then in fact, let's keep in contact with what's really going on. We have over 3 aircraft carriers, hundreds of airships, right? 3 aircraft carriers and how many jets? All over the Straits of Hormuz and Iran, but they instead choose to bomb our bases, right? They are not directly engaging with the Americans. they have not directly engaged with the Americans. Double tap hit the like button. Coming to you live right now. Perfect Summer Podcast coming to you guys live, reporting on 9 days of escalation attacks. And Donald Trump says 3 U.S. service members have been unalived in an Iran attack, in a Jordan base, in an Iraqi base. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get some more details. Prayers go out to the family of those soldiers. God bless America. God bless those soldiers. Double tap, hit the like button. Thank you for everybody coming in. Get the likes up. #1 podcast on YouTube. Thank you to YouTube, man, for the opportunity to have this discussion and share the news, man. Double tap, hit the like button.
The Department of War just confirmed the identity of 2 active duty soldiers who were killed in Operation Inherent Resolve. It's 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez.
Meanwhile, the United States retaliating with the 9th straight night of strikes on Iranian military sites.
Alexandria Hoff is at the White House with the latest for us. Alex?
Good morning to you. 19 and 25 years old. That is a hard pill to swallow this morning. But the current air campaign against Iran right now, this is really punishments for the specific IRGC factions that have targeted U.S. air bases, including that base in Jordan that proved to be so deadly. Now, circulating video of what is believed to be those strikes was released by the Associated Press, the Pentagon confirming this weekend that the 2 U.S. service members were killed, leaving a third missing, though unidentified remains have been found. That person is still unidentified at this time. The president, though, is expressing profound grief for this.
Well, we feel very badly, but, you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3, it's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
The continuation of U.S. strikes focus on IRGC weapons hubs and command centers. The Secretary Rubio speaks to the losses as well.
And it's heartbreaking, and our hearts go out to these families. These are heroes that pay the ultimate price. We also lost a service member in Iraq unrelated to combat. They were decommissioning a munition, and an accident happened in that process, and they were harmed.
That separate death took place in northern Iraq and occurred, according to the Pentagon, during controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. Now, President Trump is also looking to add more squeeze to Iran financially as well, pressing Republicans to add Iran to a pending Senate bill aimed at Russia. The president writing on Truth Social, Republicans should add Iran to the Russia sanctions bill. That's what Lindsey, he's referencing Lindsey Graham there, wanted to do, and it was going to happen. Important. Now, right now, they are hoping to bring up the Russian sanctions bill before August recess, so we'll see if there is any movement on that, guys. Send it back to you.
So we escalating with sanctions. We are escalating with fighting. We got how many days now? We got 9 days of consecutive bombing in Iran. Double tap hit the like button, everybody. Get the likes up. Let's have a discussion in the chat. 9 days of consecutive bombing, all-out war.
This member was killed in northern Iraq while trying to detonate a downed Iranian attack drone, and remains have been recovered in Jordan amid the search for a service member still missing after an Iranian attack that left 2 others dead. And just moments ago, the Pentagon identified those 2 soldiers who were killed in Jordan. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, and Private Isabel Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas. President Trump spoke about the losses.
Well, we feel very badly, but, you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
Let's get to Kevin Liptak live at the White House for the latest reaction from there. Good morning, Kevin.
Yeah, this has been one of the deadliest stretch of days since this war began almost 4 months ago, really ratcheting up the cost for Americans, but also deepening the quandary for President Trump. And the death toll does appear likely to rise. CENTCOM saying that it's still working to identify remains that were found at the site of that attack on Jordan. They say that 2 service members had been killed when they came under attack from Iranian missiles and drones. We also understand that there was an additional death in northern Iraq over the weekend when a service member was working at a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance.
So it's a possibility of 4. We got the 9th night of U.S. strikes in Iran. Double tap as y'all come in. We're having a talk this morning in a debate. We're talking about escalated attacks in Iran. We're on the 9th night of escalated attacks ever since the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. Over the weekend, there's a report of 2 soldiers unalived in Iran and a possibility of another soldier in Jordan who was disarming an Iraqi drone. So we're coming in with the brand new reports, and I want to get everybody an update. Overall, since February 28th, we have anywhere from 13 to 17 U.S. troops who have lost their life. At least 17. The numbers are at least 13 to 17. But what they don't give you here in this report, how many Iraqi soldiers have lost their life. I did the report. In case you were wondering, Iraq and its regional proxies are suffered 3,300 casualties, military and civilian unalived, and over 26,000 injured. 13 to 17 U.S. troops, that's our casualties between the United States and allies included. Iran and its regional proxies. Put a 1 in the chat if you understand who the regional proxies are. Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. Double tap hit the like button. How do you know about Hamas, Hezbollah? What do you know of the regional proxies and how Iran has used their regional proxies, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis? So 3,000 deaths of Iran and 26,000 injured. Just giving you the update, just so you people understand what's going on. We're talking live about the 9th day.
The Department of War just confirmed the identity of 2 active duty soldiers.
Escalated events. Double tap at the like button.
The Department of War just confirmed the identity of 2 active duty soldiers who were killed in Operation Inherent Resolve. It's 25-year-old First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan and 19-year-old Private Isabella Gonzalez.
Meanwhile, the United States retaliating with the 9th straight night of strikes on Iranian military sites.
Alexandria Hoff is at the White House with the latest for us. Alex?
Good morning to you. 19 and 25 years old. That is a hard pill to swallow this morning. But the current air campaign against Iran right now, this is really punishments for the specific IRGC factions that have targeted U.S. air bases, including that base in Jordan that proved to be so deadly. Now, circulating video of what is believed to be those strikes was released by the Associated Press, the Pentagon confirming this weekend that the 2 U.S. service members were killed, leaving a 3rd missing, though unidentified remains have been found. That person is still unidentified at this time. The president, though, is expressing profound grief for this.
Well, we feel very badly, but, you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3. It's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
The continuation.
So Donald Trump is reporting probably 3 as opposed to 2, and it may go up to 4 because there's another soldier, rest in peace, who was trying to detonate an Iranian drone. So it may go up to 4, speculating 2 to 4 U.S. soldiers and allies casualties. We took casualties over the weekend, and I'm reporting 9 days straight of uptick in violence. Double tap at the like button, everybody, as you come in. Let's have a debate in the chat.
Of U.S. strikes focus on IRGC weapons hubs and command centers. The Secretary Rubio speaks to the losses as well.
And it's heartbreaking, and our hearts go out to these families. These are heroes that pay the ultimate price. We also lost a service member in Iraq unrelated to combat. They were decommissioning a munition, and an accident happened in that process, and they were harmed.
That separate death took place in northern Iraq and occurred, according to the Pentagon, during controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. Now, President Trump is also looking to add more squeeze to Iran financially as well, pressing Republicans to add Iran to a pending Senate bill aimed at Russia. The president writing on Truth Social, Republicans should add Iran to the Russia sanctions bill. That's what Lindsey, he's referencing Lindsey Graham there, wanted to do, and it was going to happen. Important. Now, right now, they are hoping to bring up the Russian sanctions bill before August recess. So we'll see if there is any movement on that, guys. Send it back to you.
Right back to you. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. #1 podcast on YouTube. #1 podcast on YouTube. Drop the hammer, baby. Go America. Fight, fight, fight in the chat. Fight, fight, fight in the chat. Go America. Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. This is Mega MAGA Monday, baby. Mega MAGA Monday, day 9 of strikes in Iran. Ever since Iran broke the MOU, broke the ceasefire, I'm coming to you live with updates right now. Iran broke the MOU. Iran came to America for permission. Iran came to America for permission for a funeral in 9 days. It's funny how when you listen to certain news reports, how they couch this news. What really happened was Iran took 4 months to bury the supreme leader. When they wanted to finally bury the supreme leader, they asked Trump for permission. And they asked Trump for permission to have a funeral in 9 days of mourning. What you just heard report is the truth. It was an IRGC fraction. This is what I'm understanding. If anybody understands how this is really breaking down, if you've been paying attention, that is the best way to put it. An IRGC fraction. What's up with your Eric Jordan? Double tap with the like button with the $5 super chat, man. Eric, man, did you get your membership back, man? Get your sign up with your membership, man. Shout out to my brother Eric Jordan. Trump standing on business, man. Fight, 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 man. Fight, fight, fight in the chat, man. Fight, 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 man. Rest in peace to those soldiers, man. God bless their family. God bless America. No, they're not. It's ludicrous to think that they can actually stand up against a nuclear power. When people say that, I don't think they truly love humans, and I don't think they truly care about people, right? When it's the same thing with Ukraine and how bad Ukraine has been losing, right? And Ukraine can never beat Russia, right? It's a nuclear power, right? But it's kind of sad when people even put that forth. Ukraine, again, over the weekend. So we're talking about U.S. and we're going to talk about Starmer. We're going to talk about Russia tomorrow. But you know what's not in the news today? Because these 3 American soldiers lost their lives. It's a big deal. We want to give them reverence. But you know what's also happening in geopolitics? So much happens globally. People just see the lens through their one lenses, right? Through their liberal lenses. Russia is escalating in the Ukraine. How many people you know? Russia has continually bombed the Ukraine and Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, for the past week. So we have escalated bombing in Iran for 9 days. At the same time that we've escalated bombing in Iran for 9 days, Russia has escalated its bombing in the Ukraine. And they are bombing the hell out of the capital, Kiev. You don't hear about that. Ukraine has been losing this war for almost 2 years, taking major casualties. So when people even assume and put forth that Iran has a chance, there's no way in hell Iran has a chance, just like there's no way in hell the Ukraine has a chance. Thank you. Relax and Talk Sports just stepped in the building. Relax and Talk Sports. What you got to say from let me highlight my brother comment right there. 4 months is a forever war when we still have the Ukraine war going on. Come on, you can't be that stupid. That's my brother right there. You see that monkey wrench? Eric Jordan got that monkey wrench. Relax and Talk Sports got that monkey wrench. You want to be a member? You want to be a member? You want to show up in the chat? You want to show up and blow up in the chat? Join the channel right now. Hit the subscribe button. When you subscribe, you're going to get the plus sign. Hit the plus sign, man. It's like 50 cents a day. 50 cents a day to be a member, man. Hit the subscribe, hit the like button, become a member, double tap hit the like button. Rudy Castro said, what up, boy? What up with you, boy? What's up with your boy? What's up with my boy? Double tap hit the like button, man. Don't be greedy and don't be fooled. That guy that really liked Stetch, don't be greedy and don't be fooled. What up with you? So what do you mean by don't be greedy and don't be fooled? We want to hear from guys in the chat, man. I want to hear from all of you in the chat. Hit the super chat like Eric Jordan, man. Become a member like my brothers, Eric Jordan, Relax and Talk Sports. Hit the like button, man. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, let's go, let's go. 9 days of consecutive attacks in Iran. We coming with the update. Double tap hit the like button.
Both of these incidents, I think, underscoring that Iran really does retain missile and drone capabilities that perhaps President Trump may have been underplaying over the last several months, but also seems to have the ability to evade U.S. Air defense systems really comes amid escalating exchanges between the two countries, both sides going after increasingly sensitive targets, including civilian infrastructure. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it carried out the 9th straight consecutive night of attacks on Iran. And I also understand from U.S. officials that additional American firepower is heading to the region, including F-16 jets, F-35 jets, as well as additional aerial refueling tankers, all now heading to the Middle East. It's all, I think, led to some anxieties as you see these increased attacks by the U.S. on southern Iran, that perhaps President Trump could be preparing for some sort of ground invasion. And certainly the president is at something of a strategic crossroads here as he determines which way to go amid.
Ground troops is always on the table. You see how they try to scare the public? How many times has President Trump, as everybody admitted, in order to get the uranium, we got to have a ground force? This is war. We never thought that we would not have to go in on the ground, which is why we've been secretly amassing an armada outside of Iran. No one ever talks about how Trump, every time there was a ceasefire, every time Trump did an MOU, we put more and more tonnage, more and more metal, more and more missiles and bomb in the area. We never did a true ceasefire. Double tap at the like button. Everybody from MAGA who really been watching this, be honest, did we ever truly do a ceasefire? Is it truly a ceasefire if Trump says we're not going to do no missiles, but I'm going to continue to put more troops, more aircraft carriers, more plane, more missiles? Is that really a ceasefire? I don't think it's really a ceasefire. That's why us in MAGA call it 4D chess. Because as far as you're concerned, we were on a ceasefire. But what Trump was doing and Pete Hegseth was doing was getting an armada in the region. Double tap at the like button.
This escalating conflict with Iran. Of course, these deaths, I think.
Escalating conflict in Iran over the weekend, 3 U.S. soldiers. Double tap at the like button. Rest in peace. Over the weekend, 3 U.S. soldiers, it's reported anywhere from 2 to 3 may have lost their lives in an Iraqi U.S. base and maybe a 4th soldier in a Jordan base. I'm coming to you live. This is after 9 days of consecutive strikes where Iran broke the ceasefire after the funeral of Ayatollah Khomeini. I'm coming to you live on a Monday morning, you guys. This is Mega Monday on a Monday morning. Over the weekend, 3 U.S. soldiers were hit. Donald Trump says we responded and we're going to hit Iran hard. Double tapping the like button. Let me know in the comments how you feel about the uptick in violence in Iran right now.
Just reiterate that the U.S. doesn't actually need ground troops in Iran in order for positions in the region to be at heightened risks. Those troops that are arrayed across the Middle East are now coming under fire.
3 American deaths in just 24 hours, a 9th night of strikes. Kuwait intercepting attacks once again this morning. What does this tell you about the threat level to the thousands of troops now, not only in the region, but around the world?
Corpay started with one purpose: to help.
How many troops do we have in the region? How many troops do we have around the world? I'm gonna get that information for you right now. Double tap hit the like button. I'm coming to you live with an update. Update so great that you can't be late. Hit the like button and some share right now. Hit the like button and share right now. How many troops do we have in the region? I just was talking about this. I just was talking about how many troops we have in the region, and opposed to what Iran has the capability to do and what Trump was actually doing with every ceasefire, with every MOU, amassing more and more troops in the region. Double tap hit the like button. Purpose of my podcast, #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical and political debate, coming to you with this live Iran update. Day 9 of attacks in Iran. Day 9 of escalated attacks. It's Monday morning, Mega Monday. And unfortunately, man, God bless America. 3 troops have been unalive. I'm coming to you live. You see the reports right now. Everybody get in the chat. Let me know how you feel about it in the chat. Hit the like button. Hit the super chat. Get some gifts going. Let me get my gift go. Double tap hit the like button, everybody.
So it tells us that our air defenses have to be right all the time, and the Iranians only have to be right once. And unfortunately, we did see some pretty substantive attacks. I'm hearing from multiple U.S. officials that the number of casualties actually in these attacks, particularly in Jordan, was much higher, that there could have been several dozen wounded in Jordan alone, and additional attacks in Saudi Arabia. and that when they hit the base in Erbil in northern Iraq, it was actually it hit a weapons storage depot as well, and there were secondary explosions there. So quite a substantive attack. I'm told that the Iranians also look like they've adapted their tactics based on previous strikes, in which they have maneuverable warheads now coming off of the missiles that are coming in, and that's making it more difficult to shoot things down. So not a lot of information has been released, but that is so far what I'm being told by U.S. officials.
The New York Times also reporting that the number of U.S. troops that have been injured in attacks has not been disclosed over the past few weeks. Jordan, in particular, has been on the receiving end of a number of these strikes. What message is Iran sending by specifically targeting Jordan?
So Iran, they've targeted Jordan, and this attack was successful, unfortunately, but they've also attacked many of our other bases in the region. So it's twofold. It's part of their overall strategy that they've launched in response to the U.S. Military action that was launched several months ago, and that is they want to maximize U.S. casualties. They want to ensure that the Gulf states and also Jordan, where we have basing that's being used to launch, put pressure on Washington to end the war, and they want to increase the cost of goods by choking off the Strait of Hormuz, by holding it at risk. And lastly, they want to cause division within the president's political base. I'm told by multiple sources in the region that those are the four courses of action Iran is pursuing as part of an asymmetric strategy to get the U.S. to end its military operations.
Group chat is back, and we're adding retired Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Layton. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, as the death toll of U.S. killed in action is now 17. I want to ask about one of those deaths. They were trying to detonate a drone, right? An Iranian drone lands. They're trying to get rid of it. Someone dies in the process. And it reminded me of the fact that the U.S. has had to have this whole system to intercept and deal with drones, an expensive system. How is it handling up under the onslaught from Iran?
Yeah, well, this is one of the key questions that CENTCOM and really all military officials in the U.S. have to answer this morning, Audie. And, you know, one of the things to look at here is that the Iranians have some very cheap, very efficient drones in many respects. So, you know, when you look at one of the common ones, the Shahed 136, about $30,000 a pop. And if it's coupled with explosives, then you've got a whole different set of things to worry about. So when the explosive ordnance disposal technicians look at these weapon systems, they have to go in and they try to defuse them. Basically, they're diffusing bombs when they do this. And we know that many of the drones that the Iranians have fuses that go off after the bomb or after the drone impacts a particular area. So
after it impacts, then it goes off again.
It can.
Is this a sense of, is this adaptation? Are we seeing an Iran that has not been obliterated militarily, but has found ways to adapt?
Well, they've definitely found ways to adapt, and sometimes there are malfunctions of their equipment as well. So in this case, we're probably talking about a malfunction. But those are the kinds of things that do happen, and the explosive ordnance folks look at these things in an effort to try to determine what those weapons actually are, what they're capable of, and how they actually, how they explode, how they work, and whether or not there are other countermeasures that we can use. So when it comes to those countermeasures, we're looking at a lot of different things, and it's definitely a very difficult problem set because it's a lot cheaper to throw things like drones of the Shahed type against a particular target than it is to defend.
So it's not that we're running out of things, it's that we are running out of the things to intercept?
Well, there are some things that we're running out of, or at least that there's difficulty, like, for example, the Patriot missiles. When you look at the PAC-3 interceptors that are part of the Patriot packages, those are, first of all, hard to build. When you look at the rate of production.
Are we running out? Yes or no? The answer is no. We're not running out. 9 days straight of bombing. 9 days straight. We ain't running out of shit, homie.
And the rate of expenditure of those missiles, then it becomes a shortage. But the key thing to remember, Audie, is this.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear? Then it becomes a shortage. That means we don't have a shortage. That's evident after 9 days of consecutive bombing. And Trump, Pete Hegseth said the Department of War has not blinked. They have not said we stopping. Tonight, we bomb it again. We got to bomb them. We got to bomb Cog Island. We're going to go after the bridges and the power plants. I didn't want to do it. I said I didn't want to do it, but I got to bomb them. We're going to bomb our little hearts out. We're going to bomb our little hearts out. We're going to bomb Cog Island. Don't touch the pipes because I'm going to keep the oil. I said it. I said it. We're gonna keep the oil, but I'm gonna bomb them. We're gonna bomb Kong Island. We're gonna keep the pipes. Don't touch the pipes. Pause. Don't touch my pipe. But we're gonna bomb Kong Island, and we're gonna continue to bomb power plants. And maybe I don't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. Desalination. The desalination. Yeah. The desalinate. The power plants, the bridges, and the water. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. But we're gonna bomb them.
CENTCOM and other elements are moving into a different era where we're actually using drones against the Iranians as well. And some of the defense systems that we have right now are actually of the cheaper variety. There's a system called the Lucas system, for example, that is a reverse.
So what is? Let me go. I got a different report because this guy, I didn't get on my nerves, man. So. What I reported last week was we got drone technology coming in from Ukraine, man. We got the Navy for the first time ever has used naval drones to blow up every single naval base in Iranian territory. We're not running out of Patriot missiles. In fact, we have brand new technology, brand new drones that we're using for the first time this week. For the first time ever, the Navy has used these naval drones to blow up naval bases. So it seems like to me, not only do we have enough missiles, but we're escalating and instituting brand new weapons of mass destruction in war against Iran. Double tap at the like button. 9 days. And we're talking about, unfortunately, 2 to 4 U.S. soldiers lost their lives over the weekend. It's Monday morning. It's Mega MAGA Monday. Double tap at the like button. Subscribe to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Every Mega MAGA Monday, we go live for the Red Wave, MAGA 2026, 2028. You want to be here for the Red Wave. November's on the way. 2026, we take the Red Wave. 2028, we sail into the White House. Marco Rubio, JD Vance, come do the dance with me here on the Perfect Timing Podcast. Get the likes up. Get excited. Get pumped. 9 days of strikes. Double tap at the like button. Double tap at the like button. I said it. Marco Rubio, JD Vance, dancing to the White House 2028. I said it. Red Wave 2026. Trump 2026. Trump 2028. And we're keeping it great. We're going live every day, 1 p.m. Double tap at the like button. Be here for Mega MAGA Monday. Be here for the debate. Let's get into this news, everybody.
A neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night of targeted attacks hitting command centers and weapon sites in Iran. So
9 straight nights of attacks. Double tap at the like button. First breaking news, 9 straight nights of attacks. 3 American soldiers potentially may have been unalived. One of them trying to unman a drone. Double tap at the like button.
A neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night of targeted attacks hitting command centers and weapon sites in Iran. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Farino.
Morning to you. A brand new week begins right now. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. So the Kuwaiti army is saying that its air defenses are encountering missile and drone attacks after Iranian aggression. Also at this hour, neighboring Bahrain reports of incoming there as well. Both countries house a sizable U.S. military presence. At the moment, it's 5 o'clock in the evening their time, and the escalation coming after the Pentagon confirms that the deaths of 2 American soldiers killed on a U.S. base in Jordan. Another listed as missing with a recovery of unidentified remains. A 4th service member reportedly killed over the weekend in northern Iraq.
And CENTCOM says it conducted 3 hours of strikes against Iran overnight, retired a neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night of targeted attacks hitting command centers and weapon sites in Iran. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Farino.
Morning to you. A brand new week begins right now. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. So the Kuwaiti army is saying that its air defenses are encountering missile and drone attacks after Iranian aggression.
So over the weekend, so you know what took place. So I'm telling you about a couple American soldiers, rest in peace. God bless them. God bless America. What happened is Iran is attacking U.S. bases in the region. How many people know that this is not new? I wish the reports would put this in context of why we're in the region, because a lot of Americans don't understand why we're in the region. They think about some Israeli hoax, but they don't know why we're actually in the region. We're in the region because they always bombed these bases. They've taken capture. They've taken throughout their proxies via their proxy armies, Hezbollah, the Houthis and Hamas, they have consistently, even before February 28th, attacked U.S. members in these bases, and we have taken on casualties. These are not the first casualties in the 47 years that Iran and the IRGC has been waging this jihad against America. I wish they would put in context why we're there. Why we're there. Double tap at the like button. Let's keep going with the report. 9 straight days of attacks and 3 soldiers unalive. Double tap at the like button.
A neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night of targeted attacks hitting command centers and weapon sites in Iran. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Farino.
Morning to you. A brand new week begins right now. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. So the Kuwaiti army is saying that its air defenses are encountering missile and drone attacks after Iranian aggression. Also at this hour, neighboring Bahrain, reports of incoming there as well. Both countries house a sizable U.S. military presence. At the moment, it's 5 o'clock in the evening their time, and the escalation coming after the Pentagon confirms that the deaths of 2 American soldiers killed on a U.S. base in Jordan. Another listed as missing with a recovery of unidentified remains. A 4th service member reportedly killed over the weekend in northern Iraq.
And CENTCOM says it conducted 3 hours of strikes against Iran overnight, retired a neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night.
So that's where I get the number 4 from. But these reports are still coming in, you guys. These reports are still coming in. We gonna keep talking. Double tap at the like button. Let's discuss it in the chat. You heard that last part where he said possibly 4
of targeted attacks.
You heard that last part. You heard that last part where he said possibly 4, possibly 4. Let's listen to that last part. Possibly 4.
Another listed as missing with a recovery of unidentified remains. A 4th service member reportedly killed over the weekend in northern Iraq.
So Fox is reporting 4. We still learning about the situation. So what we understand is that 2 soldiers, unfortunately, were hit at the military base. It's possible that there's another remains. They're still looking for remains of a 3rd soldier. And a 4th soldier was trying to disarm an Iranian drone. So the reports may go to 4 and it may go to 17 in total. I'm reporting to you over the weekend, we've had losses. The U.S. has had 9 days of attacks on Iran. And over the weekend, first time we've had up to 3 to 4 losses. In total, since February 28th, the U.S. has lost 17 soldiers. In total, since February 28th, Iran and its proxies have lost 3,300. And 26,000 have been injured by America and the allied forces.
Missile and drone attacks by Iran on a neighboring Gulf nation after the United States unleashed a 9th straight night of targeted attacks hitting command centers and weapon sites in Iran. So welcome to a brand new hour of America's Newsroom. I'm Dana Farino.
Morning to you. A brand new week begins right now. I'm Bill Hemmer. Good morning at home. So the Kuwaiti army is saying that its air defenses are encountering missile and drone attacks after Iranian aggression. Also at this hour, neighboring Bahrain, reports of incoming there as well. Both countries house a sizable U.S. military presence. At the moment, it's 5 o'clock in the evening their time, and the escalation coming after the Pentagon confirms that the deaths of 2 American soldiers killed on a U.S. base in Jordan. Another listed as missing with a recovery of unidentified remains. A 4th service member reportedly killed over the weekend in northern Iraq.
And CENTCOM says it conducted 3 hours of strikes against Iran overnight. Retired General Jack Keane says the U.S. must continue to use military force since diplomacy did not work out.
We have been retaliating against that violation of that deal ever since. And what are we doing? We're doing what we couldn't get done diplomatically. What is the fuss all about with the Straits of Hormuz? This is a strategic asset that exceeds the nuclear deal in terms of their enterprise. Why? Because their enterprise is largely under a mountain of rubble. But this is a means for them to have influence in the region and control the distribution of oil, something they have always wanted to have. And look, they're wanting to fight for it.
Alexandria Hoff reporting live from the White House. Hi, Alex. Good morning.
Hi, Dana. Good morning to you. Yeah, this morning, the War Department confirming the identities of 2 U.S. service members killed in an attack on Friday as an Iranian missile had made it through defense systems in Jordan on Friday. Now, the members killed, they were 25-year-old First Lieutenant James Feehan. He was from Hawaii. Also, Private Isabella Gonzalez of Texas. She was just 19 years old. As you mentioned, the remains of a third service member, they still are unidentified at this hour. A circulating video released by the Associated Press appears to show the deadly attack in Jordan carried out by an Iranian missile. It made it through protected airspace. President Trump yesterday expressed grief for the losses.
Those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three as opposed to two great patriots.
So the current U.S. air campaign is being carried out as punishment directed specifically at IRGC factions that have been targeting U.S. air bases like we are seeing right now. The 9th consecutive days of strikes focus on weapons hubs and command centers. Secretary Rubio spoke yesterday to the American losses as well.
It's heartbreaking, and our hearts go out to these families. These are heroes that pay the ultimate price. We also lost a service member in Iraq unrelated to combat. They were decommissioning ammunition, and an accident happened in that process, and they were harmed.
That separate death took place in northern Iraq, occurring, according to the Pentagon, during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. And President Trump is looking to further squeeze Iran financially by urging Republicans to add Iran to the Russian sanctions bill currently being worked through. He said it is what Lindsey Graham would have wanted and what he was planning to do, Dana.
All right, Alex, thank you.
So I want to bring in Rebecca Heinrich, Senior Fellow, Hudson Institute. Rebecca, good day to you. You've been with us since the very beginning of this conflict. Reports of more U.S. F-16 and F-35s flown into the region happened before all the activity that happened this past weekend, maybe parked at air bases in Israel. Listen to Mike McCall on Sunday with Shannon on Fox News Sunday about escalation.
We stopped to negotiate a ceasefire and a negotiated settlement. That did not work with this regime. So now we're going to move forward with Plan A again. The military is going to move in, take out their launch pads, take out their ability to send Shahed drones to hit tankers. We got to knock out these targets inside of Iran to open up the Straits of Hormuz. That has to be the fundamental objective, key objective right now.
Yeah, as you examine this and think about.
Did you hear what he said? He said we stopped. And I was telling people why we stopped. So do you guys understand? They asked for a ceasefire. They asked us to stop because they wanted to bury the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khomeini. Donald Trump honored their request in the efforts of peace. For everybody listening, I don't think everybody has the comprehension level, right? I know, in fact, Americans lack comprehension, right? And that's sad. But Donald Trump granted them their request in the effort of peace to negotiate, right? They took 4 months to bury the Supreme Leader. They tell us they got a brand new Supreme Leader. They say it's the son. We haven't seen or heard him. He did not show up to the funeral. They go to Donald Trump. They say they're the winners. You would say they're the winner. Everybody want to play and hate on my President Trump. They say they doing so great, but they needed permission. They waited 4 months. They've been terrified. They terrified to show the new Supreme Leader. Be that as it may, they go to Donald Trump. They ask for permission. Donald Trump, may I please have permission to have a funeral and bury Ayatollah Khomeini? It's been 4 months. Donald Trump says, yes, we're in a peace agreement. This would be a good olive branch to do a peace agreement. Donald Trump grants them the permission to have a funeral, stops the bombing, and they say, well, Donald Trump, can we have 9 days to mourn the Supreme Leader after we bury him? Keep in mind, everybody, he been dead 4 months. He been dead 4 months. Double tap hit the damn like button. Double tap hit the damn like button. I said he been dead 4 months. So the Supreme Leader been dead 4 months, right? They have a funeral. They bury 7 people, including a little baby coffin. Now, they say they need 9 days to mourn the Supreme Leader that's been dead 4 months. Donald Trump says yes. Donald Trump, the most benevolent president leader ever to live, says, yes, I will stop the bombing. You can have your funeral. You can have your 9 days. Guess what happened, America? Guess what happened, America? They have the funeral. They start crying. They get all emotional. You see all these grown men in the middle of the street crying over a man who's been dead 4 months. He been dead 4 months. They start crying. You know what I noticed? No leadership. There was no organization at the funeral. There was no direction at the funeral. There was no leader. There was no certified effort, leader, direction of the future of an IRGC. None of that was present at the funeral. So they wanted 9 days to mourn. Guess how long it took Iran to break the ceasefire, to break their request? Hours after the funeral, they start bombing. Iran broke the ceasefire. Iran broke the MOU. After they begged Trump, after 4 months, and they begged Trump in the U.S. for a funeral and mourning, and they take hours because they not organized. So I knew what happened because I've been to things like this. There was some emotional people at the funeral. They did not follow orders because there's no clear leader. So there's nobody to listen to. So those emotional people after the funeral, keep in mind, the supreme leader been dead 4 months and you supposedly got a brand new leader. If you got a brand new leader, you're supposed to listen to that brand new leader and not break the ceasefire, not break the mourning period. They didn't do none of that shit. They broke the mourning period. See, y'all don't follow Islam. Y'all don't know how serious it is. If they got a leader, they don't break the mourning period. They didn't stick. See, it ain't about America. They broke the mourning because they don't have clear leadership and they're emotional. So they start bombing commercial ships. That's how we get to 9 days. That's how we get to 9 days, because they tried to kill Trump when he was in Turkey. So let's keep this shit in mind, man. They started this shit, man. After they begged for a funeral, they started bombing ships and they tried to kill President Trump while he would see this all happen while Trump was in the NATO summit in Turkey. So they do the funeral. I want to have a funeral now. Why you want to have a funeral now while Trump is in Turkey and NATO summit in Turkey? When Turkey used to be your ally and Donald Trump arrives in Turkey and say, well, Turkey is now my friend. Turkey is saying, fuck Iran. Keep in mind what happened at the NATO summit. Man, Starmer is out. That's our follow-up story. It's so important to the geopolitics in NATO, what's going on geopolitically and globally. Starmer is out. Brand new prime minister in Canada, brand new prime minister. Starmer is out. So they was just in NATO. Trump goes to NATO. Trump goes to Turkey. He said, I wasn't even going to come. Trump says, we don't want to do business with Spain. We don't want to do business with NATO. The only reason I came is because Turkey is my friend. Basically saying Turkey is the power broker in the Middle East. Double tap at the like button. Did anybody see it? I saw it. I don't know if you know how to read geopolitics. Donald Trump went to Turkey. He said, I didn't want to come to the NATO summit because we don't fuck with NATO. We don't fuck with NATO. Say, what was the song? We don't talk about Bruno. We don't talk about NATO. We don't talk about NATO. We don't talk about NATO. He said, we don't want to do no business with Spain. Spain, we don't want to trade with you no more. But he said, the reason I came is because people haven't read the changes Trump made to the Abraham Accords. He wanted to pass the keys to Turkey. He wanted to let Iran know. He wanted to let Europe know. In front of Europe, in front of NATO, bitch ass, and I know Turkey is part. In front of Europe, in front of Iran, he wanted everybody to know Turkey is with America. Turkey is our friend. I'm lifting sanctions and I'm giving them F-35 jets. And man, that was the biggest news. He went to China while we had the Straits of Hormuz closed. Xi Jinping say America is our friends. I say, man, Trump is the greatest. He goes to China. China get all their oil from the Straits of Hormuz. He goes to China while shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. And China says, we friends. He go to Turkey. Turkey is an Islamic country who does not believe Israel has a right to exist. Turkish president has said he wants to stand in Jerusalem. Bibi Netanyahu was highly upset with Trump and NATO for having the meetings in Turkey. Trump, be that as it may, goes to Turkey and says, Turkey is our friend. Bombs Iran while in Turkey because Iran breaks the ceasefire. Iran tries to assassinate Trump. This is how we get to 9 days. This is how we get to 9 days.
Shannon on Fox News Sunday about escalation.
We stopped to negotiate a ceasefire and a negotiated settlement. That did not work with this regime. So now we're going to move forward with Plan A again. The military is going to move in, take out their launch pads, take out their ability to send Shahed drones to hit tankers. We got to knock out these targets inside of Iran to open up the Straits of Hormuz. That has to be the fundamental objective, key objective right now.
As you examine this and think about that plan, how long would that take before we could effectively knock out what he is describing there?
It would probably be a matter of weeks. So
That's a great question. Tell me in the chat, how long you think it will take for America to knock out those sites in Iran? I've asked the same question. Because it comes down to how long Iran can last. Because I said, how long do you think Americans stay in the region? Relax and Talk Sports said we only been there a matter of months. Donald Trump has only been president a year and a half. We still got over 2 years left in the Trump presidency. All these numbers are relative. When we talked about, a lot of people did say Trump didn't know what he was doing. I say Trump always knew what he was doing when he went to Venezuela, and even strategically going to Iran before the midterms. Going to Iran before the midterms gives J.D. Vance and gives Marco Rubio cover, because the goal of all of this is to be wrapped up by 2027 so that J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio have the steam to run into the White House. Double tap at the like button. So for people who don't understand, this is why you don't go to Iran after the midterms. Because people would say Donald Trump is a lame duck. He could go to Iran after the midterms and then nobody could say anything to him because he wouldn't be able to run again. But the reason why he goes to Iran before the midterms is because he's setting up J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio with victories in Cuba, victories in Venezuela, and victories in Iran. Double tap, hit the like button, and look how the rest of the world is following it like dominoes. Look how the rest of the world is falling like dominoes. Somebody said this loon is off his meds. Double tap at the like button. Please explain to me how I'm off my meds. Please explain to me how I'm off my meds. Okay. I would like you to tell me that, please. Do you understand? Quit lying. They did no such thing. Loudmouth fool. Please tell me, explain to me, before you just give insults and ad hominem attacks, how about you explain the reasoning and logic behind your statement, right? Eat your potatoes, Randy, this guy spitting facts. Thank you, sir. Double tap, hit the like button. Double tap. Somebody said full of crap so far. Can you please tell me, sir, why you say I'm full of crap? Double tap at the like button. Can you explain? Everybody can do who got the best insult. You know what I'm saying? We could do who got the best insult. Trump Stein is an absolute failure. United States is inherently weaker. Read a history book. That's not enough information. I'm coming with real information. So I'm asking people to support their claims. Again, unable to support their claims. Let's go over some wonk. Let's give the people in the chat room an example of how you support your claim. Let's go over some wonk. You know what I'm saying? This is how you support your claim. That Dems virus pay no mind. That's the Dems, but you for sure, man. For sure, man. This is how you support your claim, right? This is the type of comprehension, reading, research you should do if you want to make an argument in my chat. So personal casualties in Iran. Let's go over it. Personal casualties. This is the type of research I do for my followers, for my subscribers. This is what I do for you guys. Personal casualties. United States and allies have suffered 13 to 17 U.S. troops. Iran and its regional proxies, over 3,300 military and civilian unalive and 26,000 injured. Like I've been saying all day, double tap at the like button. This is the Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical debate. Every day we live at 1 p.m. Shout out to everybody watching right now. You are the #1 viewers on YouTube because you're watching the #1 podcast. I'm giving you the research in the background to the podcast and why you like, share, and subscribe. Double tap everybody right now. How many people know who the Iranian regional proxies are? How many people have been doing their research? Who are the Iranian regional proxies? Do you know who Hezbollah is? Do you know who Hamas is? Do you know who the Houthis are? And do you know how Iran had influenced the region via their regional proxies? You need to know this You need to know this. Let's keep going. Major equipment and losses, right? Air assets, 3 F-15 Strike Eagles, friendly fire, 1 KC-135 tanker, 1 E-3 AWAC E-7 radar aircraft, estimated cost $700 million. Multiple IRGC command control centers, naval warships, patrol boats, and coastal missile sites hit in Strait of Hormuz. Drones up to 25 MQ-9 Reaper drones lost. Air defense radars, maybe 20 million. Air defense radar networks, drone loss facilities target. So these are the one-to-ones. Infrastructure damage, structural hits to U.S. bases across Gulf, Manama Fleet, 5th Fleet HQ, Ali Al Salim Camp, Prince Sultan Air Base, estimated base repairs, 4 to 9 billion. Heavy damage to this is America, 4 billion. And this is not local or domestic. This is our partners in the region. This is how much they've lost, our partners in the region. Potentially 4 billion. Iran encounter heavy damage to military infrastructure, nuclear sites, and logistical transit networks. Estimated reconstruction needs $300 billion. These are the differences. This is what you need to come with. $300 billion, and it's only been 4 months, ladies and gentlemen. It's only been 4 months, and we are not looking like we're about to leave. Direct war cost. Official OMB Pentagon estimate $30 billion to $32 billion. This is for the United States direct war costs. Keep in mind how much Joe Biden spent in the Ukraine. I put out the $300 billion number. The actual bill that Joe Biden signed, I think it was like $175 billion, but there was additional monies. Remember, it was $80 billion in the beginning. That's how conservatives get to that $300 billion, that famous $300 billion number in the Ukraine. And we're still in the Ukraine. How long has Zelensky been president? And we're still in the Ukraine. So here it is, $30 billion for Iran, right? And I juxtapose that to the $300 billion in the White House supplemental request, $86 billion dedicated to Iran war, $72 billion replenishment. Severe domestic economic paralysis. Iran has suffered severe domestic economic paralysis, crippled oil energy export revenue due to naval blockade, severe currency devaluation. That can't be fixed. You know, and that was happening before the February 28th invasion. Broader economic impact, $68 billion in added fuel gasoline costs paid by U.S. customers. Total economic cost of the U.S. household borrowing groceries, $132 billion, $150 billion. That's still under Ukraine. And keep in mind, we still in the Ukraine. Severe inflation, loss of energy trade, localized resource strains. Remember, I said this is Iran. Severe inflation. I talked to you about 135% inflation in Iran, 400% inflation, to where Iran had to create a state loaf. I told you that Iran gets majority of its wheat from Russia, and they mill it into halal flour to create halal bread, which they can no longer do because trade lines have been interrupted, resulting in severe inflation, loss of energy trade, localized resource strain. Localized resource strains, meaning the ability to make bread. People are starving in bread lines in Iran. Double tap at the like button. People are starving and in bread lines in Iran. I'm coming to you live. We're coming to you live, reporting to you.
Drone attacks by
We're coming to you live, reporting.
The Department of War just confirmed the identity of two.
Day 9.
We feel very badly, but you know, those.
Donald Trump responds. Day 9, Donald Trump responds to, over the weekend, today is Mega MAGA Monday. Donald Trump responds to 3 soldiers, potentially they saying there was 2 to 3. Now we're hearing speculating reports where it may be 3 to 4 in Kuwaiti and Jordan, U.S. bases. Iran strikes after 9 days of American strikes. Double tap at the like button. Donald Trump responds to the news about these soldiers. God rest their soul. God bless America.
We feel very badly, but you know, those.
Trump says the latest strikes on Iran were in honor of U.S. troops unalived in Jordan and Iraq over the weekend. Double tap at the like button.
We feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two great patriots. We feel very badly, but those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait.
They got some missiles. They got some drones. Not much. We control the Straits, and we're gonna bomb them. They got some missiles. They got some drones, but they don't own the Straits. We own the Straits. I didn't want to do it. We gotta bomb them. They got some missiles. They got some drones.
They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two great patriots. But we feel very badly.
Great patriots, man. Rest in peace. Trump says the latest strikes in Iran were in honor of U.S. troops unalived in Jordan and Iraq over the weekend. So one missile hit a U.S. base, and so far there's two U.S. soldiers and a possible of a third. They're looking for remains. There's a third soldier missing. And then there's a possible fourth soldier in Jordan who may have been unalive trying to disarm an Iranian drone. So this is after 9 days of consecutive strikes. You're looking at Trump responding to over brand new news. This is brand new Monday morning. This just happened over the weekend. We've been hitting Iran for 9 days consecutively ever since Iran broke the MOU and broke the ceasefire after the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei. Brand new breaking news Monday morning over the weekend, a possibility to 3 to 4 American soldiers were unalive in Iranian strikes on Kuwait and Iraqi bases. Double tap at the like button.
We feel very badly, but those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. They've got very little left. They've got some missiles. They've got some drones. They've got some manufacturing ability, not much. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably three. It's probably three as opposed to two great patriots. But we feel very.
So I'm reporting anywhere from 3 to 4 casualties over the weekend, bringing us to a total of 17 casualties in the Iranian conflict on the American ally side. And like I reported earlier, 3,300 casualties on the Iranian side, 26,000 injured on the Iranian side. Double tap at the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast, Mega MAGA Monday. Hit the like, share, and subscribe. #1 podcast on YouTube for geopolitical debate. Let's have a debate in the chat.
Engineered Shahed drone, and it is about $30,000 to $40,000 as well in terms of its expense. So we're getting to the point where we're getting better at that fiscal equation.
But we're going to need money. You said fiscal equation. I know Hegseth is asking for, I think, 80 billion Iran war supplement, 1.5 trillion for the fiscal year, and then a 30 billion estimated current cost of the war at this point. What's the political appetite right now? I mean, once you have service members dying, I have a hard time picturing any lawmaker I've ever met saying, we're not going to give money to this. Sorry, guys.
The political appetite is such that Republican leaders are using a maneuver that only needs Republican votes to try to push through this. I think in any other circumstance, you would have found some Democrats who are willing to say, well, we may not love this war, but the Pentagon does need the money and the resources. But because of what we talked about earlier, how the president has not made a case for this war, how they have sought essentially no authorization from Congress to authorize these strikes, strikes, the Democrats are saying we're not going to help.
Yeah, and I just want to say, when we look at the YouGov polling, this is for mid-July, was Iran war.
What do you guys think? What she initially said is, and this is very true with American history, you guys saw this at 9/11, you saw this in Iraq. She said, when you have American soldiers lose their lives, it's going to be very difficult for Democrats or Republicans to not fund this war effort. When you start taking casualties, it's very different conversation on the Senate floor and the House floor. So I agree. In past American history, when efforts like Iran start bombing America and we take on casualties, it's a different conversation in the House. It's a different conversation in the Senate. Now you're going to force Democrats to defend the loss of American life. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Democrats cannot afford to back down to that call. So that was a great question. Let me know in the chat, what do you think? Can Democrats refuse to fund this war effort now, given the loss and casualties over the weekend?
$1,000 as well in terms of its expense. So we're getting to the point where we're getting better at that fiscal equation.
But we're going to need money. You said fiscal equation. I know Hegseth is asking for, I think, 80 billion Iran war supplement, 1.5 trillion for the fiscal year, and then a 30 billion estimated current cost of the war at this point. What's the political appetite right now? I mean, once you have service members dying, I have a hard time picturing any lawmaker I've ever met saying, we're not going to give money to this.
That's the question to the chat right now. Once you have service members passing away, she said, there's a hard time. These are the numbers right here. She said there's going to be a hard time. Any politician saying no. 80 billion in Iran war supplement. We know about the 80 billion. We know about the 1.5 trillion. Hegseth was on Capitol Hill testifying about this money. 30 billion estimated current cost of war. We already got funded. ICE got already funded. ICE got funded more than FBI. Double tap at the like button. ICE already got funded through the end of Trump's administration. So this is the next right here. And now she is saying, we're going to listen to it again. I want to hear from you in the chat. And this is historically, Democrat or Republican. She says, I've been in Washington. And you're going to be hard-pressed to find a politician who will be able to say no to these budget requests. Keep in mind, these budget requests are less than what we did in the Ukraine. Keep in mind.
What's the political appetite right now? I mean, once you have service members dying, I have a hard time picturing any lawmaker I've ever met saying, we're not going to give money to this.
I agree. What you guys say in the chat? Let's check the chat right now. What you guys think in the chat? She says she thinks it's hard. How many did the Dems spend on over 300 billion spent in the Ukraine? And we're still in the Ukraine. We're still in the Ukraine. We need reparations for January 6th patriots. They tried to take away the reparations fund. They tried to take away the reparations fund. And somebody said victory to Iran. This is a very ignorant statement, but I like to highlight the ignorance of this statement. When you say victory to Iran, it's almost like saying victory to Africa, knowing that there's 40 countries inside of Africa. So when you say victory to Iran, do you mean you want IRGC to be victorious in Iran? Because that's who we're fighting. We're fighting the IRGC. Do you know the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim? Do you know what a jihad is? We're fighting against the IRGC, who are Islamic terrorists who believe death to anybody who doesn't believe in Allah. They believe in beating up the Kurds. Do you know about the Iranian Kurds? They are native to Iran. So are you wanting the Kurds? When you say Iran, are you talking about the Kurds? Are you talking about the Christian, Catholic, and Jewish Iranians who have been oppressed by the IRGC, beaten and drove out over 2 to 3 million Jews and Christians who used to live in Iran, who were born? See, there used to be somebody called the Shah. A lot of liberals like you know about the Shah, right? They call them the dirty Shah because MI6 and the CIA installed the Shah. But what you don't talk about when you talk about the Iranian Shah that was put there by the Americans is that everybody was able to live in Iran under the Shah. That means Muslims, Christians, and Jews all lived in harmony in Iran. There was inflation, there was problems, but you have all, just like in America, you have Iranians who come to America despite their religious views, they live in harmony. We have Muslims in America, everybody lives in America despite your religious backgrounds. Iran was a beautiful place. Iran, rich in culture, rich in math, rich in science. So I ask you, when you talk about Iran and you say victory to Iran, what do you mean victory to Iran? Do you mean victory to the IRGC? Because we're fighting the IRGC, the same people who oppressed the Kurdish woman who did not properly wear her hijab. They put her in a police van and beat her. A Kurdish woman. She's Iranian, by the way. So do you represent her? What about the gay Iranians who are oppressed by the IRGC? How do you feel about the gay Iranians? What about women in Iran who are oppressed under the IRGC, who are not allowed the same freedoms as American women, right, in Western society? I'm asking you to just tell me, what do you mean when you say victory to Iran? It's important. It's important that you're able to explain what you mean, right? Because this is why the rhetoric exists, because not enough is done. In America, they rather teach our children about critical race theory. Why you want to teach about racism, I don't know. Why you want to teach children in 2026 about slavery is idiotic to me. Children in 2026 don't need to know about slavery of Black Americans because we're never going back to slavery. But you know what would be good for children in 2026 to learn? It would be great for them to learn the difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim. It would be great for them to understand the jihad. And over, like I said earlier, 46 years, over the weekend, Iran bombed a U.S. embassy. Iran bombed a U.S. Base in Kuwait. What I told my audience is, this is the first time that Iran and its proxies have attacked over the past 47 years. Iran has consistently attacked U.S. bases and U.S. proxies. So it would be better served for American children, rather than learn about DEI, rather than learn about critical race theory and fucking slavery that's never coming back. It would be better, like Americans like you, to understand what you mean when you say free Iran. This is why you say dumb shit like Iran victorious, because you've been forced to learn about slavery in 2026. Why would children need to learn about slavery when we have global issues like this? Why do our children need to learn? This is why our children are protesting ICE and protesting Trump, because they're learning about slavery instead of learning about geopolitics and learning about jihadist Muslims and terrorists. Going back to 9/11, you think they would put that in schools going back to 9/11, that American children need to learn about what's going on in the Middle East, about why they would attack Israel on October 7th, knowing that America would respond, knowing that Israel will respond. Why would they still attack? Why would they still attack Israel? But you don't understand the jihad. You don't understand the Ayatollah Khomeini. You don't understand the Supreme Leader. You don't understand how he came to power in 1970s. You don't understand the IRGC. See, they don't talk enough about the difference between Iran and the IRGC. When the Ayatollah Khomeini came to power, he didn't install the IRGC. He came to power by saying the Shah is dirty. The Shah was installed by the Americans and the Europeans. And it was true. MI6 and the CIA installed the Shah, right? What took place in Iran is Russia was in charge of Iran before the Shah was installed. After World War II, Russia was still our ally. See, there was no Red Scare. There was no KGB. If you guys go back to the 1940s, you can go back to 600 when Muhammad passed away, when we had this divide in Islam. But we're not going to go back to the 600s when we had Muhammad pass away and we had the divide in Islam, right? When we had the fight in Islam between Shia and Sunni. We're not going to go back that far. We're going to go back to World War II, when Russia were the first people to have control over Iran. And America and the Allies were okay with Russia having access to the Straits of Hormuz after World War II. But then America and the Allies became opposed to Russia, right? And so we worked with secret police that didn't exist after World War II. So you have KGB developed, you have the CIA, you have the MI6 developed. And so we work with secret police, MI6, CIA, to work to install a dirty Shah and get the Russians out of Iran. That's what happened. If you want to know how we get the Shah, the reason why we got the Shah in Iran is because we weren't friends with Russia anymore, and we wanted control of the Straits of Hormuz. We wanted control of the oil. A lot of people argue it's the same thing today. I won't even dispute that. But let's keep going down history lane. We installed the Shah in the 50s. The Shah is friendly to Europe and America. We get oil, but it causes inflation. Ayatollah Khomeini comes to power in the 70s with a campaign saying the Shah is complicit to the European and to the American, and if you elect me, I will free up our resources and give them back to the Iranian people. It sounds great, right? They elect the Ayatollah, but 30 days later, they install the IRGC, these Muslim hardliners that make the Ayatollah no longer a presidential figure and more of a what? Ladies and gentlemen, double tap and hit the like button and drum roll, please. A supreme leader. A supreme leader. A supreme motherfucking leader. I'm telling you right now, the Iranian people, who were a mixture of Christian, Jews, Muslim, and Kurds, did not elect a supreme leader. They did not know that the Ayatollah Khomeini would install the IRGC, Muslim hardliners, 30 days later, and start oppressing the Kurds, start oppressing the Jews, start oppressing the Christian Iranians that lived in Iran free under the Shah. 2 to 3 million Christians and Jews fled Iran under the IRGC. They persecute gays, they persecute women, they persecute the Kurds, and they attack Americans. As soon as the Ayatollah Khomeini came into power, they swore a jihad against America, and then they took soldiers. I think it was 1979. And then they took soldiers and they took hostages in 1980, and they held those hostages for over a year. So as soon as they elect, this is why I say it would be better for American children to learn about what a difference between a Shia and a Sunni Muslim. It would be better for American children to learn about what's going on in Muslim countries instead of learning about racism, instead of learning about slavery that's never going to come around. You are mad at Donald Trump because the Democrats say you need to learn about slavery. Critical race theory. Think about the name, critical race theory. This is why children are protesting Donald Trump. This is why children are leaving high schools, and they think it's more important to go after Donald Trump because Democrats have said the most important thing that you can teach a child in America in 2026, when we have dirty data centers, semiconductor chips, quantum computers, cryptocurrency, a motherfucking trillionaire. A motherfucking trillionaire. We have a motherfucking trillionaire. We have dirty data centers. We have Web 3.0, quantum computing, AI, semiconductor chips, and the Democrats want your children to learn about critical race theory. And you wonder why it's so many idiots in the chat, because they're focused on race. And that's why they don't like Trump, because they only see race. And then you wonder, I know why they only see race, because they were taught critical race theory. They think race is critical. And they don't understand the theory that it doesn't exist. But the hate that the jihadist Muslim have for you is not a theory. It's not a theory. The hate that the jihadist Muslim has for you is not a theory. 9/11 is not a theory. The Hamas is not a theory. Hezbollah is not the Houthis. These people really hate America and want the death of America. And if you did not see the funeral, it's one, it used to be Americans would say this. It used to be Americans would say this, but now It was just a funeral. It was just a funeral days ago. They just buried the Ayatollah Khomeini. So a lot of you who don't know these facts, you saw the funeral of the Ayatollah Khomeini. And at the funeral, you saw them. For the first time, it may have been the first time. They could have said a lot of things to the world. But you know what they said at the funeral? Death to America and death to Trump. So that's why those are my arguments. I think American children should learn about why at the funeral they chanted death to America and death to Trump. I think that's more important than critical race theory. And this is where Democrats and Republicans are going to butt heads. I don't see why critical race theory and children learning about slavery is more important than understanding why these people are chanting death to America and understanding the difference between the Shia and the Sunni Muslim and the jihadists. It doesn't mean that you agree with me. I'm not saying that you agree with me. I just want the American people to understand these differences. You could agree with them. You could disagree with me. But damn it, why would you want children to learn more about slavery that's thousands of that slavery 400 years ago, never gonna come back again? And it would be better for them to learn about their geopolitical climate right now and why in 2026 at a funeral the Iranians are chanting death to America. I would want the children, because they say all these things. They say F ICE, they say F Trump. And I know these children don't understand why they're saying it. They're listening to their Democratic liberal teachers and their Democratic liberal principals and parents. So they say F Trump and F ICE without truly understanding what they're saying and without understanding why the Iranians are saying death to Americans. How can you say such derogatory things about your president without understanding why these people want to unalive you? They just tried to unalive our president in Turkey. I'm talking about just days ago. Just days ago, the Iranians tried to unalive our president. It's not enough news about it. It's not enough anger about it because they've been focused on race. Critical race theory, just the way it was, the language is sinister. What's so critical about slavery 400? They call it critical and they call it DEI. They call it, right. They make these terms so distinguishing and powerful. It's critical that the children learn about slavery. Why? They never tell us why. Why is it so critical that they learn about that Black Americans were in chains and slavery over 400 years ago and it's never happening again? I would love a Democrat to tell me why that's so critical. When I'm arguing what's critical is why these people want to kill you. I think that's critical that the next leaders of the country understand why these people hate America so much. I think it's critical that the young Americans understand why we would no longer want to be in a monetary relationship with Europe, British, and the EU and the UK. If we stop focusing on race, then maybe the children would understand why it is not beneficial to them in their future to be in a monetary relationship with the EU and the UK. I didn't say not have a relationship. I said a monetary relationship. America since World War II. See, that's why it's so important that I went back to World War II with your understanding of Iran in geopolitics and Russia and Iran and then MI6 and CIA and the Shah in Iran, right? It would be better for American children to understand why America, after 50 some odd years after World War II, no longer requires a monetary relationship with Europe where we support Europe militarily and monetarily, right? Somebody said critical race theory is important to many scholars and educators because it provides it provides a framework for examining how race and racism can be embedded in laws, institutions. Somebody did their Google today. This is all mumbo jumbo and double talk. That is not necessary in 2026 for laws that exist. And for a perfect example, you can look at the Supreme Court recent, and we got Ketanji Jackson on the Supreme Court, a Black woman who don't even believe that women are a thing, right? So this is the lack of understanding. This person right here, Falcon, has a lack of understanding. This is why Roe versus Wade was sent back to the states, because people have a lack of understanding how laws are created in the branches of government, right? This is why budgets take so long to get approved in America, because people don't understand how and why and laws, because the Democrats don't truly, when the last time the Democrats passed and made a new law like Donald Trump does, and how the Republicans pass brand new laws and procedures? The Democrats don't do that. See, they think laws come out of a emotional racial sphincter of the DNC. That's not how laws and policy are created. You have to argue and build constituency. This is why Jasmine Crockett is no longer a politician, because the Democrats' lack of understanding and your short and quick Google search. Your short and quick Google search and your lack of understanding how laws are created in American politics, right? Right? Iranian peoples are sick of IRG. I agree. But see, this is the thing. They don't understand how laws are created, right? They don't understand the branches of government. That's why the Supreme Court sent Roe versus Wade back to the states, because the Supreme Court doesn't create laws, and your race should not interpret and affect law. If you really being honest, this is the problem. Race should not affect laws. And this is what Clarence Thomas and the Supreme Court keep saying. And Democrats and liberals like you want to interject race, which is actually racism, into the legal process. That's so simple to me, and I'm a black person. It's so simple to me, and I'm a black person. Race should not be included in the law. You guys understand? And when you Democrat and liberals insist that you include race in the law, that is actually racism. It's so simple. It's so simple. It's so simple. When you force race into the law, that is racism. There should be no race in any law, because all the laws apply to all Americans. It's not even complicated. You guys, it's not even complicated, but the liberal, this is why critical race theory is such a mind fuck. All the laws should apply to everybody. So you never should interpret race when creating a law. Did you hear what he said? He Googled it. He said critical race theory is important because you want to have race in mind when you creating laws so they don't be. No, you don't. No, you don't. That's the problem with the Southern Law Poverty Center. That's the problem with Kamala Harris. And you're not black if you don't vote for me, because everything is about race with the Democrats. I don't care if you think I'm black or not. I care about my taxes. I said, Joe Biden, I don't care if you think I'm black or not, because I don't give a fuck about race. See, this is the problem with the Democrats. Joe Biden said, you're not black if you don't vote for me. But the problem with Charlemagne is he gives a fuck if you think he's black or not. I don't. I don't care about race. And I don't care if you think I'm black or not. I care about my taxes, my homeowner, my mortgage, and real shit. Real shit. Man. And this is like elementary, dear Watson. It's elementary. I'm not saying nothing magical. I'm not saying nothing just over. I said I don't care if you care if I'm black. This ain't nothing too magical here. This is real simple stuff. Real simple stuff. I don't care if you think I'm black, bro. That don't affect my bills. And you an old 80-year-old white man, why would Charlemagne care? Hold on, you guys. Hello?
Service member was killed in northern
who are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily.
Let's get to Kevin Liptak live at the White House for the latest reaction from there. Good morning, Kevin.
Yeah, this has been one of the deadliest stretch of days since this war began almost 4 months ago, really ratcheting up the cost for Americans, but also deepening the quandary for President Trump. And the death toll does appear likely to rise. CENTCOM saying that it's still working to identify remains that were found at the site of that attack on Jordan. They say that 2 service members had been killed when they came under attack from Iranian missiles and drones. We also understand that there was an additional death in northern Iraq over the weekend when a service member was working at a controlled detonation of unexploded ordnance. Both of these incidents, I think, underscoring that Iran really does retain missile and drone capabilities that perhaps President Trump may have been underplaying over the last several months, but also seems to have the ability to evade U.S. Air defense systems. Really comes amid escalating exchanges between the two countries, both sides going after increasingly sensitive targets, including civilian infrastructure. Last night, CENTCOM saying that it carried out the 9th straight consecutive night of attacks on Iran. And I also understand from U.S. officials that additional American firepower is heading to the region, including F-16 jets, F-35 jets, as well as additional aerial refueling tankers, all now heading to the Middle East. It's all, I think, led to some anxieties as you see these increased attacks by the U.S. on southern Iran, that perhaps President Trump could be preparing for some sort of ground invasion. And certainly the president is at something of a strategic crossroads here as he determines which way to go amid this escalating conflict with Iran. Of course, these deaths, I think, just reiterate that the U.S. doesn't actually need ground troops in Iran in order for positions in the region to be at heightened risks. Those troops that are arrayed across the Middle East are now coming under fire.
3 American deaths in just 24 hours, a 9th night of strikes. Kuwait intercepting attacks once again this morning. What does this tell you about the threat level to the thousands of troops now, not only in the region, but around the world?
So it tells us that our air defenses have to be right all the time, and the Iranians only have to be right once. And unfortunately, we did see some pretty substantive attacks. I'm hearing from multiple U.S. officials that the number of casualties actually in these attacks, particularly in Jordan, was much higher. That there could have been several dozen wounded in Jordan alone, and additional attacks in Saudi Arabia. And that when they hit the base in Erbil in northern Iraq, it was actually it hit a weapons storage depot as well, and there were secondary explosions there. So. Quite a substantive attack. I'm told that the Iranians also look like they've adapted their tactics based on previous strikes, in which they have maneuverable warheads now coming off of the missiles that are coming in, and that's making it more difficult to shoot things down. So not a lot of information has been released, but that is so far what I'm being told by U.S. officials.
The New York Times also reporting that the number of U.S. troops that have been injured in attacks has not been disclosed over the past few weeks. Jordan, in particular, has been on the receiving end of a number of these strikes. What message is Iran sending by specifically targeting Jordan?
So Iran, they've targeted Jordan, and this attack was successful, unfortunately, but they've also attacked many of our other bases in the region. So it's twofold. It's part of their overall strategy that they've launched in response to the U.S. Military action that was launched several months ago. And that is they want to maximize U.S. casualties. They want to ensure that the Gulf states and also Jordan, where we have basing that's being used to launch, put pressure on Washington to end the war, and they want to increase the cost of goods by choking off the Strait of Hormuz by holding it at risk. And lastly, they want to cause division within the president's political base. I'm told by multiple sources in the region that those are the 4 courses of action Iran is pursuing as part of an asymmetric strategy to get the U.S. to end its military operations.
Group chat is back, and we're adding retired Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry it's under these circumstances, as the death toll of U.S. killed in action is now 17. I want to ask about one of those deaths. They were trying to detonate a drone, right? A Iranian drone lands, they're trying to get rid of it, someone dies in the process. And it reminded me of the fact that the US has had to have this whole system to intercept and deal with drones, an expensive system. How is it handling up under the onslaught from Iran?
Yeah, well, this is one of the key questions that CENTCOM and really all military officials in the U.S. have to answer this morning, Audie. And, you know, one of the things to look at here is that the Iranians have some very cheap, very efficient drones in many respects. So, you know, when you look at one of the common ones, the Shahed 136, about $30,000 a pop. And if it's coupled with explosives, then you've got a whole different set of things to worry about. So when the explosive ordnance disposal technicians look at these weapon systems, they have to go in and they try to defuse them, basically diffusing bombs when they do this. And we know that many of the drones that the Iranians have fuses that go off after the bomb, or after the drone impacts a particular area. So
after it impacts, then it goes off again?
It can.
Is this a sense, is this adaptation? Are we seeing an Iran that has not been obliterated militarily, but has found ways to adapt?
Well, they've definitely found ways to adapt, and sometimes there are malfunctions of their equipment as well. So in this case, we're probably talking about a malfunction. But those are the kinds of things that do happen, and the explosive ordnance folks look at these things in an effort to try to determine what those weapons actually are, what they're capable of, and how they actually, how they explode, how they work, and whether or not there are other countermeasures that we can use. So when it comes to those countermeasures, we're looking at a lot of different things, and it's definitely a very difficult problem set because it's a lot cheaper to throw things like drones of the Shahed type against a particular target than it is to defend.
So it's not that we're running out of things, it's that we are running out of the things to intercept?
Well, there are some things that we're running out of, or at least there's difficulty, like, for example, the Patriot missiles. When you look at the PAC-3 interceptors that are part of the Patriot packages, those are, first of all, hard to build. When you look at the rate of production and the rate of expenditure of those missiles, then it becomes a shortage. But the key thing to remember, Audie, is this. CENTCOM and other elements are moving into a different era where we're actually using drones against the Iranians as well. And some of the defense systems that we have right now are actually of the cheaper variety. There's a system called the Lucas system, for example, that is a reverse engineered Shahed drone, and it is about $30,000 to $40,000 as well in terms of its expense. So we're getting to the point where we're getting better at that fiscal equation.
But we're going to need money. You said fiscal equation. I know Hegseth is asking for, I think, 80 billion Iran war supplement, 1.5 trillion for the fiscal year, and then a 30 billion estimated current cost of the war at this point. What's the political appetite right now? I mean, once you have service members dying, I have a hard time picturing any lawmaker I've ever met saying, we're not going to give money to this. Sorry, guys.
The political appetite is such that Republican leaders are using a maneuver that only needs Republican votes to try to push through this. I think in any other circumstance, you would have found some Democrats who are willing to say, well, we may not love this war, but the Pentagon does need the money and the resources. But because of what we talked about earlier, how the president has not made a case for this war, how they have sought essentially no authorization from Congress to authorize these strikes.
So when you say we attack them, it's obvious you haven't been paying attention. Man. Like we've really been doing a lot of good education today. Like we talked a lot about why Americans need to learn about different types of Islam. We talked about how we even got here, how the Iranians begged for a ceasefire, how the Iranians begged to have a funeral, and then the Iranians begged to have 9 days. How the Iranians begged to have 9 days, right, to mourn Ayatollah Khomeini. Now, it took them 4 months. Now they crying at the funeral. They crying, grown ass man crying at the funeral. They crying at the funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini, supreme leader, despite the fact that he'd been dead 4 months. This is the first time you heard a real perspective from a real American. This clown D.W. Minor said we attacked them, right? He obviously don't know anything about recent history and events, right? But this is a perfect segue into some some of my research. I want to say thank you to, what's his name? D.W. Minor, the micro penis. That's why Minor is in his name. Let me give you a segue into some of my research, D.W. Minor. This is a great segue because he said we attack them, right? He said we attack them. Let's give them some education. What are we looking at on the screen, ladies and gentlemen? Who wants to read it to the micro penis? I'm sorry, D.W. Minor. Who wants to read it to the micro penis? I'm sorry, D.W. Minor. This is the chronological regional attacks by Iran and proxies 2023 to present. Not the entire 47 years under the Ayatollah Khamenei, not the entire 47 years that they declared jihad against us, just since 2023. This how many attacks, okay? March 2023, main location, Syria base, Iran-backed militia attacked United States, one U.S. contractor killed, 5 troops wounded. March 2023. Because what I argued earlier is when I said this weekend we didn't been attacking Iran 9 days straight. And Monday morning, Mega MAGA Monday, I'm reporting to you that we took on 3 casualties this weekend by attacks that we occurred at a Kuwait base and a base in Jordan. And what I said to my audience is this is not the first time that they have attacked us like this. And I said that it would be better served for American children, instead of learning about critical race theory, to learn about jihadists, to learn about Shia and Sunni Muslims, to learn about why they hate Americans and why they've attacked us so many. Double tap at the like button. That's what my argument was. And then now this micro penis idiot makes a perfect comment that segues into my research. And this is my research right here. How many times have they attacked us? This is just since 2023. This goes back to 47 years when the Ayatollah Khamenei first came into power in 1979. As soon as he came into power, they kidnapped 400 Americans in an American embassy and hold them for a year. And ever since then, they have been attacking bases in the region. Double tap hit the like button. Let's go into how many times they attacked us. Anybody want to know how many times they attacked us? And this is just since 2023 to the present. Since the media never tells you why we're in Iran. It's to stop the attacks. October 7th, they attacked Israel, right? Hamas killed 1,200 people, 240 taken hostage, sparks war. Hamas, Iran-funded army. Proxy, I asked you earlier, what do you know about the Iranian proxies? Southern Israel border. And come to find out, when I started doing my research for the American people, what did I teach you? I said that Iran, thanks to Barack Obama and the billions of dollars Barack Obama gave them and all of the money, Iran was able to fund Hamas to the tune of $300 million, fund Hezbollah to the tune of $700 million, and give Hezbollah 100,000 missiles. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. Double tap, hit the like button. October 8th. Israel northern border. I say this a lot. A lot of people know about October 7th, but did you know that they did not stop bombing Israel? Israel had nobody to help them because Joe Biden had left Afghanistan and created a power vacuum in the region. And there was an uptick of violence. Double tap hit the like button. The table incorporates October 7th and attacks major escalations against Israel and regional allies alongside forces. And I got another piece here. Check this out. Direct Iranian proxy attacks against U.S. forces have escalated severely during the current regional conflict, expanding from proxy drone strikes in 2023 and 2024 to massive direct missile waves launched by Iran Islamic Revolutionary Guard, IRGC, following the collapse of Pakistan-mediated ceasefire and recent U.S. airstrikes aimed. Do you guys understand what's going on? Purpose of my podcast is giving you this shit, man. Check out my table. So we back here. This table included October 7th. I wanted one to include October 7th. October 8th, Israel northern border of Hezbollah mass displacement continuing rocket. Let's keep going. November 2023, allies, Red Sea, Maritime, the Houthis. So Hamas does the attack on October 7th. Hezbollah attacks Israel on October 8th, but that doesn't stop there. In November, and remember, this is when Joe Biden is president. What I'm saying to you, Joe Biden had no response. Joe Biden just allowed this. This is why I say we're in Iran. If you want to draw, this is why I said it was criminal, and this is why the Democrats tried to blame Bibi Netanyahu, because if you look at what happened when Joe Biden was president, there's a clear line to why we're in Iran, and there's a clear line to Joe Biden leaving Afghanistan, creating a power vacuum in the region, and an uptick of what? Hamas, Hezbollah, look at this. Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, an uptick of what? Can y'all say it for me in the chat? An uptick of proxy violence. This is an uptick of proxy violence. And you cannot dispute what's taking place and why we are in Iran. November 2023, allies, Red Sea, Maritime, the Houthis attacked the Red Sea. Shipping, hijacking, missile strikes on trade. December 2023. Iran backed militia attacks an air base in Iraq. 3 U.S. service members wounded, just like I'm reporting over the weekend. I'm showing this table to show people this is not the first time Iran and its proxies have attacked these bases. January 2024, Tower 22 base in Jordan, and this was Hezbollah. 3 U.S. troops killed, 40 wounded. This is in January 2024. Who was president in January 2024? Do you ever hear about 3 U.S. troops killed? Do you recall 40 troops wounded? Do you recall Donald Trump? Do you recall Joe Biden on the news, Kamala Harris on the news looking like bad leaders? No, they wouldn't do that because they wanted Joe Biden to be elected president. They wanted Joe Biden to be elected president. So you don't know about this. You only know about F. Donald Trump. F. Donald Trump. F. Donald Trump. I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like ICE. I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like ICE. But you don't know shit about what took place in the region. Sadly, you don't know shit about what took place in the region. And even in my table, even in my research, I have to educate you that this is all occurring while Joe Biden is president. How am I gaslighting people? What would you have me tell them? Somebody said I'm gaslighting. What would you have me tell them? You would rather us study critical race theory, right? You want to study the Django. You want to study Clarence Thomas. You want to study slavery, right? That's what you rather discuss, right? KAW says I'm gaslighting by educating the American people on what a jihad is and how Iran and its proxies have carried out their jihad since 2023. Their attacks on American bases and American soldiers, including unaliving Americans. That is not worth educating the American people. You want them to learn about the Django and slavery. So go ahead, teach them about what's the bitch name? Y'all teach them about Black Lives Matter, defunding the police, and then buying a $5 million house. Teach them about Kamala Harris, who was Indian, not being black, claiming to be black, and then buying an $8 million house in Malibu. But I thought she was black. She married to a white man. Ilhan Omar hates white people, but she's married to a white man. AOC hates white people, but she's married to a white man. I am waiting, because to me, that's gaslighting. Because I know the definition of gaslighting. If you want to know the true definition of gaslighting, it's all of these brown-skinned women who happen to be very beautiful telling you to hate white people while they ride white penis. That's gaslighting to me. That's gaslighting to me. How do you hate white people? Furthermore, why do you want all Americans to dislike white people? Furthermore, let's get specific. Let's get specific. Why do you want Americans to dislike rich white men when all of you are fucking rich white men? Because the Democratic Socialists say, fuck the rich white men. Fuck the billionaires. Right? That's what they're all about. It's not that they just hate white people. Can I get specific? Can I get specific? Can I get specific? They hate rich white men, but they're all fucking them. That's gaslighting. Holy shit. That's gaslighting. If it ever was a perfect example of gaslighting, that is fucking gaslighting. Shit. If it ever was an example of gaslighting, that is gaslighting. You tell me, it's like your parents say, do what I say, but not as I do. You gonna tell me, Mom, Mom, you're going to tell me white men are evil, Mom, but you fuck a white man every night, Mom? That's gaslighting. That's gaslighting. Mom, white men are evil, but you fuck one every night, Mom. Make that make sense. Make that make sense for me. This is the thing about my job. Y'all make my job easy. The trolls, the Democrats produce just subpar. The Democrats produce subpar competition. That's all the Democrats do. The Democrats only do subpar. Subpar. That's all the Democrats know how to do. Barely awake. Democrats. Shout out to Donald Trump. Democrats. Subpar. Barely awake. Straight up. Subpar. Barely awake. And then they run and hide when I give them a true definition of gaslighting. That was a true definition of gaslighting, homeboy. No rebuttal. No rebuttal to AOC married to a white man worth $30 million. No rebuttal to AOC going to the Bad Bunny concert, spending your tax dollars worth millions of dollars married to a white man. No rebuttal to Kamala Harris married to a white man, just bought an $8 million mansion. No rebuttal. No rebuttal. You don't live in an $8 million mansion. You don't live in a $5 million mansion. What's your rebuttal? Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million. Nancy Pelosi stock investments beating the S&P 500. Ro Khanna worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Ro Khanna beating the stock market by hundreds of millions of dollars. Y'all heard what I said. I said Ro Khanna beat Nancy Pelosi. This shit don't even sound believable. He want to talk about gaslighting. Nancy Pelosi worth $400 million. Nancy Pelosi investments beat the S&P 500. Ro Khanna beat Nancy Pelosi. Holy shit. It's mathematically impossible. Can you understand math? It's mathematically impossible. What Nancy Pelosi did in the stock market is mathematically impossible. But for Ro Khanna to beat her, and you don't know about that. So Nancy Pelosi makes $400 million. Her investments do better than the S&P. Ro Khanna now is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. His investments do better than Nancy Pelosi. Ro Khanna is 135% better than S&P. That is mathematically, statistically impossible. He would not be a politician. If these individuals were that good at investments, they would not be politicians. But they Democrats. And we talking about gaslighting today. Somebody wanted to bring up gaslighting. They Democrats. Do you guys understand? If they were this good at investments, they wouldn't be politicians. If they could beat the S&P 500, if Ro Khanna could then beat Nancy Pelosi, then why would you be a politician? Oh, wait a minute. The information that you get is necessary to beat the S. You need to be a politician. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. Let's get back to the night there. My bad, Nancy Pelosi. My bad, Ro Khanna. Because I'm saying if you were that good at investments, you would be, a billionaire on Wall Street. But wait a minute, you need to be a politician in order to get the information because Ro Khanna bought the stock at NVIDIA before it split. See, he has special insider information, allegedly. Huh? Okay. Just if we talking about gaslighting, Ro Khanna, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia James. Let's get into it, man. Trump strikes back. I started off on Dagobah. Now I'm way out in Tatooine. Now I'm way out in Dagobah, in the Dagobah system. Coming to you live from Iraq. Coming to you live from Iran. Over the weekend, 3 soldiers unalived. Perfect Time Podcast coming live. Over the weekend, 3 soldiers. Americans take casualties. 17 lost in total. Iranians, 3,000 lost in total. I'm coming to you live with the news. Monday morning breaking news. Americans take casualties in Iran. Double tap hit the like button. Americans take casualties in Iran. 9 straight nights. 9 straight nights of strikes. You see it on the channel. 9 straight nights of attacks against Iran. Double tap hit the like button.
According to CENTCOM, military command centers, surveillance sites, and maritime positions were among the targets that were hit in those strikes. This is taking place after 3 U.S. service members were killed by an Iranian ballistic missile attack in Jordan on Friday. A 4th soldier was killed in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an unexploded Iranian drone. President Trump reacted to the deaths of these soldiers on Sunday.
Well, we feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots were out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. But we hit them very hard again tonight. And we did that in honor of the probably 3, it's probably 3 as opposed to 2 great patriots.
President Trump told Fox News last week that if Iran doesn't reach a deal, strikes will escalate this week to hit power plants and bridges. Iranian officials, including some of the negotiators, remain defiant.
You can neither threaten us nor bribe us. In the negotiations before the 12-day war, they had come to bribe. Not to bribe me, to bribe the Islamic Republic, saying we will do this and that. We will build this and that.
The Iranians are saying publicly that the memorandum of understanding is suspended. Regional countries are reportedly pushing for another agreement, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicated the diplomatic path forward remains open.
I think we're always open to diplomacy. It has to be real. It has to be a deal that they're willing to live by. Look, Iran a week ago was supposed to put out a statement saying that the Straits of Hormuz would be open, that they would no longer attack shipping. And instead of doing that, they attacked 3 ships. I think that was last Friday or Saturday. So, I mean, their behavior has to change in order for ours to change.
Uncertain days ahead. Here in Israel, the military remains on high alert. Just yesterday, Israeli air defense systems near the city of Eilat were activated as Iranian missiles targeted the southern Jordanian city of Aqaba. Some of the debris from those missiles raining down on southern Israel. Guys?
Wow. All right, Trey, we're going to get to you a little bit more in detail next. Iranian drone detonated.
Brand new update for you coming in right now. Stitch coming in right now. Brand new update. Stitch coming in soon. Here we go. 9 days of straight.
The package on the porch.
9 days of straight attacks coming in. 9 days of straight attacks. I just wish you would just do what just do it. Just do the commercial, man, so we can go on with our shit, man. The internet does not respect you, bro. I'm telling you, the internet does not respect you at all. Just do your commercial, man. And this ain't even this ain't, just disgusting. Just disgusting. Just disgusting. We got some new haters in the chat.
Airstrikes against the Iranians, former special envoy to Russia and Ukraine, our friend, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. We knew we might get back to this point. It seems to me, General, we're at the point that there is a power struggle within Iran. There's obviously a group of people that would like to make a deal with the president, with Jared Kushner, with Steve Witkoff. But then you have hardliners, old loyalists of the former regime that is now dead, that want to create as much chaos, havoc in the region as possible, do not want that to happen. That seems to me that they are the biggest obstacle at this point. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Sean, thanks for having me. It's good to be with you. Look, as long as you've got a theocratic government
run by the Revolutionary Guards, you're going to have this problem. The IRGC, that is not the Army, is basically running the government right now with the supreme leader. Look, the president has got it right. He's done something nobody else, no previous president has done. And he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for our kids and our grandkids to make sure we don't have another nuclear power in the world and one that can destabilize the Middle East. And he's really doing a great job in what he's trying to do right now. And when you look at what he's doing right now, when you look at the problem he's got, I think, facing us right now, he's kind of isolating the battlefield with the aerial strikes. But I will tell you, aerial strikes alone won't do the job. The Germans learned that in World War II when they put the Blitz on London. Didn't work. And I was in the first Gulf War. We sustained 30 days of bombing before we crossed the berm and we got to the Euphrates River. And within 100 hours, they broke. The Iranians believe, and I think they're fundamentally wrong on this because they're facing the wrong president right now, meaning Donald Trump is willing to do something. They've got 2 points of leverage they have. One is Kharg Island, which basically runs 90% of their oil. The vast majority of that, by the way, goes to China. And the other one is the control of the Strait. The island's in the Strait as well. And if you can neutralize both of those as strategic targets, either by occupation or whatever it's going to take, you basically control their economy. If you control their economy, I think they start to break. You're looking at strategic targets. You're not talking about a ground invasion of Iran. You can't get there. It's too hard to do. The country is too large. I've seen war games on that. You just can't get to it. So if he does something strategically and he takes these targets out, being Kharg Island, the Straits of Hormuz, opens up the Strait, they lose all of their leverage.
Correct.
Now, one thing he should do when he does something like that, or if he does something like that, you bring the American people with you. They elected him president, not any of us. And in Article 2, Section 2 of our Constitution, he is the commander-in-chief. He gets to make those calls. He got the Electoral College votes. And I think we're on the cusp of that. When you see what he's doing strategically with the bombing, he's basically isolating the battlefield around the Strait of Hormuz and around Kharg Island. If you do that, I think the next step could be something like that if he decides to do so. But he's the commander-in-chief. He's going to make the call. And I think the American people, once they hear it, not the people here in Washington, D.C., they'll follow him as well.
I agree with everything that was just said. I agree with everything he just said. I agree with everything he just said. Donald Trump has a leverage, and I've been saying from the beginning that they're going to starve. I've been saying from the beginning that they're going to starve. Do you guys agree? I've been saying from the beginning that they're going to starve.
Escalating airstrikes against the Iranians, former special envoy to Russia and Ukraine, our friend, retired Lieutenant General Keith Kellogg. We knew we might get back to this point. It seems to me, General, we're at the point that there is a power struggle within Iran. There's obviously a group of people that would like to make a deal with the president, with Jared Kushner, with Steve Witkoff. But then you have hardliners, old loyalists of the former regime that is now dead.
What makes you think Iran has control of the Straits? What makes you think that Iran has control of the Straits? What makes you think Iran has control of the Straits? Iran would never lose control of Hormuz. America has broken 3 peace treaties. Iran broke the peace agreement after they begged Trump for a ceasefire in 9 days. The more Ayatollah who been dead. I don't know why they needed 9 days. Can you explain to me why they needed 9 days? Can you explain to me why they needed 9 days? If he been dead 4 months, why did they need 9 days? Be that as it may, Iran asked for a funeral. They said, Trump, can you please stop bombing us? You've been kicking our ass so bad. Can you please stop bombing us? Trump said, okay, I'll stop bombing you. And I'll give you permission to have a funeral. It took you 4 months to bury Ayatollah Khomeini. But anyway, I'll let you have a funeral. And they said, okay, not only do we want a funeral, we need 9 days. They begging for permission to have a funeral. If they winning, if they got control of the Straits of Hormuz, why did they need permission to have the Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader, funeral? Can you just answer some questions, man? Why did they need permission to have the supreme leader funeral? Why did they need permission to have the supreme leader funeral? You can't answer that question. So we give them permission to have the funeral, and they say we need 9 days to mourn. So they have the funeral. At the funeral, what do? They get emotional. They start crying. They start chanting, "Death to America, death to Donald Trump." Hours after the funeral, we don't get to see the new supreme leader. They say the son is the new supreme leader. We haven't seen him for 4 months. It took 4 months to bury the current supreme leader. We don't get to see or hear from him. And then directly after the funeral, they start bombing. They break the MOU. They break the ceasefire. Not only do they break the MOU, they break the ceasefire. They attempt to assassinate Trump while in Turkey. How much about this do you really know? So if any of the things you say is true, then what's really going on in the streets? They broke the ceasefire. They broke the MOU. They begged for a peace agreement. They begged for 9 days. Get it right.
Want to create as much chaos, havoc in the region as possible. Do not want that to happen. That seems to me that they are the biggest obstacle at this point. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Sean, thanks for having me. It's good to be with you. Look, as long as you've got a theocratic government run by the Revolutionary Guard, you're going to have this problem. The IRGC, that is not the Army, is basically running the government right now.
Correct.
With the supreme leader.
Correct.
Look, the president has got it right. He's done something nobody else, no previous president has done. And he's not doing it for himself. He's doing it for our kids and our grandkids to make sure we don't have another nuclear power
Correct.
in the world, and one that can destabilize the Middle East. And he's really doing a great job in what he's trying to do right now. And when you look at what he's doing right now, when you look at the problem he's got, I think, facing us right now, he's kind of isolating the battlefield with the aerial strikes. But I will tell you, aerial strikes alone won't do the job. The Germans learned that in World War II when they put the Blitz on London. Didn't work. And I was in the first Gulf War. We sustained 30 days of bombing before we crossed the berm and we got to the Euphrates River. And within 100 hours, they broke. The Iranians believe, and I think they're fundamentally wrong on this because they're facing the wrong president right now, meaning Donald Trump is willing to do something. They've got 2 points of leverage they have. One is Kharg Island, which basically runs 90% of their oil. The vast majority of that, by the way, goes to China. And the other one is the control of the Strait. The island's in the Strait as well. And if you can neutralize both of those as strategic targets, either by occupation or whatever it's going to take, you basically control their economy. If you control their economy, I think they start to break. You're looking at strategic targets. You're not talking about a grand invasion.
If you control their economy, they start to break. I agree. I've said this from the beginning. They've already been suffering inflation. They have suffered starvation. They instituted an Iranian loaf because they have a shortage on bread. They have a shortage of getting wheat into the country. I believe just like the embargo has worked on Cuba, the embargo will have similar effects on Iran.
Invasion of Iran. You can't get there. It's too hard to do. The country is too large. I've seen war games on that. You just can't get to it. So if he does something strategically and he takes these targets out, being Kharg Island, the Straits of Hormuz, opens up the Strait, they lose all of their leverage. Now, one thing he should do when he does something like that, or if he does something like that, you bring the American people with you. They elected him president, not any of us. And in Article 2, Section 2 of our Constitution, he is the commander-in-chief. He gets to make those calls. He got the Electoral College votes. And I think we're on the cusp of that. When you see what he's doing strategically with the bombing, he's basically isolating the battlefield around the Strait of Hormuz and around Kharg Island. If you do that, I think the next step could be something like that if he decides to do so. But he's the commander-in-chief. He's going to make the call. And I think the American people, once they hear it, not the people here in Washington, D.C., they'll follow him as well.
Amen. God bless Donald Trump. And I agree, the American people will follow. Double tap at the like button. Brand new breaking news, 9 days of strikes in Iran after 3 Three Americans, breaking news Monday morning, 3 Americans casualties are taken this morning, and the U.S. continue military strikes the 9th straight day since the Ayatollah Khomeini's funeral, and the Iranians broke the ceasefire. I said the 9th straight day of attacks since the Iranians broke the ceasefire by attacking commercial ships and attempting to assassinate President Trump while in Ankara, Turkey. Double tap at the like button. Join the debate in the chat.
After Iran launched strikes on an airbase in Jordan, further intensifying a weeks-long exchange of fire. Central Command confirming fresh strikes on Iran Saturday night to further destabilize Iran's ability to strike ships in the Strait and attack U.S. bases. Joining me now with analysis is former Trump National Security Advisor Victoria Coates. Victoria, thanks very much for weighing in this morning. Your assessment of these latest developments.
Good morning, Maria. First, I just want to associate myself with the comments from Senator Fetterman from my home state of Pennsylvania, grieving for our 2 heroes and have prayers for the 3rd that's missing and for their families. That's just, it's an awful thing, and it's a reminder of the cost of war. And I think the president is rightly now looking at ways to escalate against Iran to punish them for that terrible strike on Jordan, and further, as you just said, degrade their capability to take further strikes. Now, looking at what they're targeting this morning, they're going after Aqaba, which is a port in southern Jordan, right on the Red Sea, where Jordan and Israel meet. So very strategic point, very close to the Suez Canal. That's Iran trying to go after shipping through the Red Sea. That's intolerable. We can't take that. So we're going to see other allies, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, who have very strong interests in that shipping lane, weigh in. But I think what you're seeing is Iran trying to affect more shipping outside of the Strait of Hormuz, as possibly they're starting to lose control of that because of these ongoing strikes.
You know, CENTCOM says that there will be outsized action in retaliation, but I don't understand how it's possible that Iran has the capabilities to fight this way and continue to try to lash out at Gulf countries and U.S. military bases, because the U.S. has obliterated Iran's military, and the president continues to reiterate that.
Yes, and if you look at the numbers of missiles that they've been able to fire off from the beginning of this war, late February, early March, and what they're able to do now, it is very seriously degraded. They've gone from over 100 a day to less than 10, if even that. There have been a number of days where they haven't fired off anything, and they haven't targeted Israel for months now. So I think their capabilities are lessened, but they're not zero, and that's the important thing. They are a nuisance. They're going after their regional neighbors. And that, in a way, though, can also, in the long term, be a benefit for us, Maria, because this unites the entire region behind the United States and with Israel. That would have been impossible 10 years ago. Now it's actually happening in real time.
Well, it's also quite extraordinary that the Prime Minister of Iraq visited President Trump, and I know that the Prime Minister of Lebanon is going to Washington and going to meet with President Trump as well. You will also be meeting with the Prime Minister of Lebanon on Monday. Is that right? Tomorrow morning?
Indeed. And these are 2 amazing visits, which are getting no coverage because they're good news stories. And we'll start with Prime Minister al-Zaidi of Iraq, a new kind of politician for Iraq. He comes out of the business world. I really hope you get to interview him at some point, because he's treating Iraq like a business. And that's why his first visit was to Washington. And he inked deals with Exxon and Chevron. He's working with Syria to restart a pipeline from the 1950s that goes up through Syria from Iraq. So that's the way we're going to be able to move oil. They're already doing it by truck. So huge good news story. And then actually it's President Joseph Aoun. This is the first visit of a Lebanese president in almost 20 years to Washington. It follows the first direct talks between the United States, Israel, and Lebanon in 15 years. Those talks went on last week in Rome. So I think we may get some really important announcements out of President Aoun, and I am looking forward to getting his firsthand views on what's happening on the ground, what's really going on with Israel.
And what about Hezbollah in Lebanon?
Well, that's the big thing, is if Israel and the government of Lebanon unite against Hezbollah, they're not going to be able to do very much. And very importantly, Syria interdicted a big shipment of arms that Iran was trying to get through Syria to Hezbollah. It shows you the situation is not what it was 5 years ago, when Iran could act with impunity in Syria. Now they're getting stopped and blocked. And so it is a huge opportunity to finally defang Hezbollah and remove that awful, awful blight that's been on the beautiful country of Lebanon.
I mean, these are all such serious issues, and yet in Congress, you've got a divide in terms of support for Israel and a divide in terms of support for the president's leadership on this war. How do you see that? I mean, when you look at the polling of Jewish people and of Israel, what's your takeaway in terms of young people and this negative stance toward Israel? Is that because the Democrats in Congress are setting the tone in terms of sentiment around Israel?
I think that we're really seeing a very, very bad trend in the United States. And it is, as you say, with young people. And at Heritage, we think that this is because really anti-Semitic, anti-Israel kind of sort of academic inquiry in not just our colleges, but also our K through 12 in our public schools. Our kids are getting indoctrinated in this stuff. And so when they go to college, they have a very open mind to the anti-Semitic views of their professors. And this is being reflected in the polling, and then it's reflected in Congress. And I think that those members of Congress know better. They know the value of our security relationship with Israel, which was just on extraordinary display during Operation Epic Fury. We worked together seamlessly. Everybody took note, from China to Russia to Cuba, of what we're capable of doing. That is of enormous value. It keeps the American people safe. And so this is just a showboat. It's posturing, but it's dangerous.
Very serious and very dangerous. Victoria, thanks very much for weighing in on all of that. Good to see you.
Thank you, Maria.
Victoria Coates there. Quick break and then reaction from former.
Let me know how y'all feel in the chat. We talking about day 9 escalation. Trump definitely has the game plan. Day 9 escalation in Iraq, and we take on casualties. U.S. officials say tonight's strikes are expected to be significantly larger than previous rounds. Trump says these will be in response to the young men who lost their lives over the weekend. Double tap, hit the like button. Nine days over the weekend. We take on.
Hey guys, good morning. A 9th consecutive night of U.S. strikes hit Iran overnight, according to CENTCOM. Military command centers, surveillance sites, maritime capabilities, surveillance systems, and drone and missile launch positions were hit. The strikes do come after 3 U.S. service members were killed by an Iranian ballistic missile attack in Jordan on Friday. The U.S. military still working to identify the 3rd soldier. A 4th soldier was killed in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an unexploded Iranian drone. President Trump reacted to the deaths of these soldiers on Sunday.
We feel very badly, but you know, those great people, those great patriots are out there fighting that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Iran has been very, very badly damaged. They've lost everything almost militarily. We control the Strait. They don't control anything. So we'll see what happens.
President Trump told Fox News last week that if Iran doesn't reach a deal, strikes will escalate this week to hit power plants and bridges. Iranian officials, including some of the negotiators, remain defiant.
You can neither threaten us nor bribe us. In the negotiations before the 12-day war, they had come to bribe. Not to bribe me, to bribe the Islamic Republic, saying we will do this and that. We will build this and that.
The Iranians are saying publicly the memorandum of understanding is suspended.
They ain't trying to bribe nothing. You asked for a ceasefire to have a funeral.
Regional countries are reportedly pushing for another agreement, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio indicated the diplomatic path forward remains open.
I think we're always open to diplomacy. It has to be real. It has to be a deal that they're willing to live by. Look, Iran a week ago was supposed to put out a statement saying that the Straits of Hormuz would be open, that they would no longer attack shipping. And instead of doing that, they attacked 3 ships. I think that was last Friday or Saturday.
Correct.
So, I mean, their behavior has to change in order for ours to change.
Here in Israel, the military remains on high alert. Just yesterday, Israeli air defense systems worked to shoot down debris from Iranian missiles that were fired at the southern Jordanian city of Aqaba. Guys?
So, Trey, it doesn't seem like the Strait is ours yet. I think the number was 4 ships got through there yesterday or over the weekend. I'm just wondering, militarily, is there a chance that we're getting closer to controlling it by kinetic action against the forces that are keeping Iran in control of that strait?
Militarily, it's relatively far off, but the economic warfare that is unfolding is quite significant. The U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports is back in place, and the Iranian economy is once again suffering, losing hundreds of millions of dollars each day. We know the inflation is rapidly rising inside of Iran. The Iranian rial is almost 2 million to $1 US, one of the highest levels that it's ever been as a result of the economic conditions that the Iranians are currently facing. On the ground inside of Iran, domestic pressure is growing on the regime. There are power cuts and reports that people are being told to turn off air conditioning units. Remember, even when there isn't a state of war inside of Iran, the Iranians have trouble getting water to their own people. And so each and every day that this U.S. naval blockade remains in effect, it puts new pressure on the Iranian regime.
So, Trey, real quick question to follow up on Brian's point. I saw, to Brian's point, it was being discussed yesterday about the 4 ships going by. Chris Wright was doing the Sunday circuit yesterday, and he said that the public reporting on the ships is not accurate because they're going through 2 different trade routes. What do you know about that, though?
They're going through 2 different routes, and this is actually quite important because there's a northern route and a southern route. That northern route is still controlled by the Iranian regime, and they're not currently tolling it, but they are controlling it in effect. And so when 20 vessels go through, on average over the past several days, half of those vessels are actually going through the Iranian side. And remember, these shipping lanes are just about 2 miles wide in each direction. It's a very narrow waterway and a critical piece for international shipping. And that is why not only the U.S. naval blockade is back in effect to put pressure on the Iranian regime, but also you have the U.S. Navy there close to Oman, and they are actually turning vessels around if they violate the blockade. As for the possibility of getting more vessels out of the Persian Gulf, this remains a focus for the Trump administration, and it's critical to look at the international shipping data when it comes to vessels passing through this critical waterway. Anywhere from 10 to 20% of what is actually supposed to be passing through is actually making its way through the Strait of Hormuz. And so this battle for the Strait will continue. There are regional reports that indicate a 10-day ceasefire is being discussed to try to get things back on track on the diplomatic front. But the bottom line here is the Trump administration is increasing both economic and military pressure against the Iranian regime. And the Iranians now have 2 choices. They can either suffer these military defeats when it comes to all of these coastal areas, including that critical city of Bandar Abbas next to the Strait of Hormuz, or they can ultimately make an agreement. And so these days are going to be very tense. And again, both the U.S. and Israeli militaries remain on alert should things escalate in the Middle East.
Okay.
Wow, a lot of moving parts. Trey, thanks so much.
Trey.
Thank you, Trey.
What they told us over the weekend, too, is they look out. The Houthis are going to be told by the Iranians to shut off the Red Sea. They're reluctant to do that because they took so much damage a year ago, and they don't really respond like Hezbollah and Hamas. They have a little bit more autonomy.
Update. This is brand new updates today. Breaking news. 9 days.
Hey guys, good morning.
Good morning to everybody. 9 days of consecutive strikes, and we are reporting that the U.S. takes casualties over the weekend. Monday morning, we are reporting the U.S. takes casualties over the weekend, and Trump has promised retaliation.
They've been trying to kill America.
Trump has promised retaliation to service members over the weekend. The United States takes casualties. We have a total of 17 casualties since February 28th. The Iranians and its proxies over 3,000 casualties. Breaking news, 9 days of escalated events and 2 casualties over the weekend, 2 to 4 speculated casualties, 17 in total since February 28th. God bless these soldiermen. God bless America. God bless their families. With an Iran update, double tap at the like button. Perfect Timing Podcast, #1 podcast for geopolitical and domestic debate. You want to hit the like, share, and subscribe. Become a member right now. Let's get back into it.
They've been trying to kill Americans now for several weeks. We have been in this tit for tat and military operations with them. But I think last week, the president of the United States started to indicate that they had finally crossed the threshold that exceeded his patience and goodwill. I expected expanded military operations to start next week, but I think now the president is going to accelerate that to avenge those Americans and also to teach Iran a very important lesson that we will finish the job, we will bend them to our will, And this tragic loss of those two service members is going to prompt an acceleration of what I thought was an inevitable acceleration of excessive military operations in the future.
So what do you think went wrong here? Because, you know, Joey brought this up as well, and I think Lucas did as well, is it raises the question about how, you know, how many missiles and drones Iran has. You know, do they have more drones and missiles than we're aware of? Were they able to, you know, backfill them during this ceasefire that we had in the last couple of weeks? Did we not have the proper defenses in place at our sites in Jordan? What do you think happened here?
Aisha, first of all, on the defenses, we have a layered defense system, which means that we've got a variety of systems that can defend against a variety of threats, from the high-end long-range ballistic missiles to the smaller drones and even local artillery fire. But even the best systems are not 100%. In fact, even Iron Dome in Israel, which is top of the line, had an intercept rate of something like 90 to 95%, which means 5 to 10% of threats get through. And I think here, from a defensive standpoint, we just see that if Iran lobs enough missiles and shoots enough drones, that some of them are going to get through. And that's why I said this was somewhat inevitable. And I do think this 3.5-month ceasefire period gave Iran a time to regroup. We still drastically destroyed several of their power projection capabilities, but they were able to reconstitute those to some extent. And I think now we're seeing the manifestation of that ability of them to reconstitute during the ceasefire period.
What's your opinion in the chat? What's happening in your opinion? 9 days of straight bombing on behalf of the Americans over the weekend. For the first time,
they've been trying to kill Americans now.
We suffer casualties and losses over the weekend. In overnight strikes, U.S. forces struck 110 IRGC targets across Iran, including at least 20 missile launches, HQ command and counter and control center and radars. At least 2 China supply air defense systems destroyed by U.S. forces. Escalated attacks last 9 days. Attacks on Iran escalate 9 days. Trump strikes back. 9 days. Trump strikes back. 9 days of straight bombing. Nine days. Taking him out. You see him, he was shooting. He was in the middle of shooting. These folks in the middle of shooting the bomb took him out. Let's take a look at that in slow motion. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? He was shooting. They go them on it. They right there about to shoot Americans with missiles. Took him out. Took him out. Look at them. You see that? That light right there is gunfire. They shooting at Americans. Check it out. This is what we doing. We're nobody's stopping us. Nobody. Look at, they shooting. Bam. America takes them out in slow motion, ladies and gentlemen. With impunity. This is what America doing in Iran. In slow motion, ladies and gentlemen. 9-day 9 of escalated, and you don't see anybody around guarding these sites. Look, fires, bombs, nobody around guarding these sites. I think what you have now are basically pirates. 9 days straight of attacks, and over the weekend we suffer some casualties. Double tap, hit the like button. 9 days straight of attacks. What's this right here? Another day, another drone reaper down in southwestern Iran. 30 losses since U.S. strikes began, paired with video of wreckage. I don't know if this might be AI though. I don't know if this is real footage. I don't know if this real footage of the down drone. violence, but the violence is uptick 9 days ever since.
This is the Fox News Alert. I'm Chanley Painter. The war between the U.S.
Ever since Iran uptick and started the violence after the funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei, it's been 9 days, and over the weekend we have 2 casualties being reported.
This is the Fox News Alert. I'm Chanley Painter. The war between the U.S. and Iran is entering a dangerous new phase. Right now, the U.S. is launching an 8th straight night of attacks against Iran. U.S. CENTCOM says it's to swiftly punish the Revolutionary Guard for killing 2 service members in missile and drone strikes in Jordan Friday. Another U.S. soldier remains missing. These mark the first American military deaths since March. 4 others were evacuated to hospitals but have since been released. The escalation in U.S. action is in response to continued Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been striking back by targeting Jordan, Iraq, and Arab Gulf states. Tehran also now claims it's suspending last month's ceasefire agreement with Washington. In a statement, Iran's supreme leader mocked President Trump's signature as, quote, worthless. I'm Chanley Painter. Life, Liberty, and Levin starts now. This is the Fox News Alert. I'm Chanley.
Giving you more updates. Tell me how y'all feel about the uptick in violence.
Is public about where it deploys its force.
Double tap hit the like button. Breaking news: military bomb in Iran. President Trump directions swiftly punish Iran following the unaliving of 2 U.S. service members. President Trump directs the army to swiftly punish Iran following the unaliving of 2 U.S. service members over the weekend. Violence back upticked in the Middle East. Double tap at the like button. Let's get the update.
The Air Force isn't as public about where it deploys its forces, but Jordan is a major hub, along with bases here in Israel, also Qatar, UAE, and of course in Saudi Arabia. But Jordan has been a major hub. So once again, Aisha, 2 American service members have been killed. 1 is still missing, and 4 were wounded in an Iranian ballistic missile attack on a base in Jordan last evening. It is the first American casualties in months since those 6 U.S. Army personnel were killed in the early days of the war in the attack on Kuwait.
Yeah,
Aisha.
terrible news this afternoon, Lucas. And we were anticipating, we'd heard some things about it and just wanted to make sure and confirmed it before we went on air with it, Lucas. So thank you for that report. As far as the 4 American service members that were injured and have now been medically evacuated, do you know anything more about how bad those injuries are and how they were injured?
It appears they were injured when these Iranian ballistic missiles hit their intended target at this base in Jordan. Let me read the statement from U.S. Central Command, Aisha. It says, on July 17th, 2 U.S. service members in Jordan were killed in action as U.S. Central Command and partner forces defended against Iranian ballistic missile and drone attacks. Additionally, 1 service member is currently missing in action. 4 American service members were medically evacuated to Jordanian hospital.
Breaking news. Over the weekend, America suffers casualties. I'm getting you the news report now. Breaking news, America suffers casualties in Jordan base, a Kuwaiti strike and a Jordan strike. Double tap, hit the like button. Let's get you more details.
For killing 2 troops in attacks on Jordan on Friday. Another service member killed in action after a downed Iranian drone detonated in Iraq. Retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Robert Spalding joins us right now. He served in the National Security Council during President Trump's first term. General, are you pleased the president has put aside the MOU and is punishing them again?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't say I was pleased, but it's certainly not surprising to see. I don't think anybody is surprised that the Iranians aren't going to follow their agreement. And I think this is something that's going to have to continue as a result.
So what do you think we're doing now in terms of focusing? Instead of maximizing damage, is there a strategy there? Some say the strategy is militarily opening up the Strait and taking control. Do you see that?
Absolutely. I think they're trying to create a pathway so that we can control the Strait. I think that they're reducing the distance that arms from Iran can travel to shipping.
Correct.
And so in doing that, I think we're setting up for something like Operation Southern and Northern Watch, where it's going to be a long time that we're there to keep the Strait open.
So what concerns do you have about our Gulf states? They're targeting Jordan, our bases in Jordan, and they're targeting our bases primarily in Kuwait and Bahrain. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think we have to be careful because the Chinese could still be sending weapons in that allow them to get to those ranges. We have to continue to reduce their ability to strike that far. But yeah, it's going to be a challenge going, as long as this continues.
So if you look at what they're able to do, according to the Wall Street Journal, Iran shipped 70 million barrels of oil worth at $6 billion between June and July when we temporarily lifted that blockade. Does it show you they have to show us a lot more before we lift anything next time?
Well, you got to imagine that most of that money they're going to try to use for weapons. So yeah, it's creating the threat that we're trying to reduce. So every time we open up for them to sell oil, we can expect that they're going to use it to do things that are against our interests.
How much longer do you expect this to go on? And do you think munitions should be a limitation at this point? What do you hear?
No, I don't think, the Pentagon has done a great job of restocking the munitions. I don't think that's an issue at all. But I do expect that we're going to be there a long time. Operation Northern Southern Watch went on for, almost 20 years, I think. So I think this is going to be something similar. We're going to have to stay there. Those guys aren't going to change their behavior. We have to adapt. And I think, we're going to have to get the Gulf states and those that rely on the oil coming from the Gulf states to help pay for this.
So currently, we have a situation where we are going 9 straight days, hitting them hard. They're hitting us back. Now, at what point do you re-engage with talks, and who would you want to be dealing with? Personally, I don't think it does any good to deal with anything except the IRGC. They seem to have the ultimate say on everything anyway.
Well, but the IRGC, though, what they say is they're decentralized for decision making. And so say you make a deal with the IRGC, can you really trust what they're going to do? I don't think they've shown that you can't. So I think we're going to have to keep the pressure on. And like I said, we're going to be here a while. This is not going away anytime soon, in my opinion.
And with the Strait, I think it would be a lot easier if we can get that Strait open, and it will be a lot more of a stranglehold on Iran. Lastly, how long do you think that'll take?
I don't think that part of the operation will take much longer. I think they've done a good job of, gathering intelligence prior to these strikes to understand what they needed to go after. And I think now we're going to set up the conditions for us to control the Strait. Of course, they're going to have to go back in and take out targets as they continue to pop up, but it's not going to be as intense as it's been for the last 9 days, maybe another week or so.
General, thanks so much. Appreciate it. Meanwhile,
live Iran update. Double tap, hit the like button. Everybody get the likes up. Coming to you with live updates. Donald Trump, President Trump announces declassification of vulnerabilities and effort in election infrastructure. Did y'all see that one? What's next? So let's go to Starmer. What else we got? We got some other stuff for you guys. We got some other stuff to keep it rocking. Rick rocking. Let me get a drink of this water. Oh, my water is off. Let's see what else. I got something for us right here. Got something for us right here. Let's keep moving and grooving, ladies and gentlemen. Have y'all heard about this ICE situation? Y'all know I keep you up to date with the latest on the ICE stuff. Let's get into this ICE situation. Breaking news Monday morning.
Breaking news now in New York City. The FBI is investigating a man they say set off an incendiary device outside a federal government building in Manhattan a short time ago. That person in custody. And we have Nate Foy on the ground with this report. Nate.
Hey, Harris, the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating this as an anti-government attack. Take a look. We have some video from the scene as smoke was billowing outside the federal building in downtown Manhattan. So this is where ICE offices and immigration courts are located, as well as the New York City FBI field office. And you just saw agents took a man into custody. The FBI says 2 people are injured from this attack.
Around 9 o'clock this morning, a man with an incendiary device and some liquid, I don't know what the liquid was, put the liquid down, set some fireworks on top of it. It caused a little bit of a little fire. He was armed with a pellet gun. 2 people were injured, 1 federal employee and 1 civilian. Minor injuries. They are both treated and released.
And the reactions are pouring in now, Harris. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said of the attack, quote, "Acts of terror and violence have no place in our city and will never be tolerated. The individual responsible for this must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." This same building has been the site of several anti-ICE demonstrations, including the one last September that resulted in the arrest of New York congressional candidate and former city controller Brad Lander. Protesters demanded access to migrant holding rooms. Now, just in the past 15 minutes, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani called this deeply disturbing. He said his team will cooperate with the federal investigation. The FBI declined to provide specifics on the man arrested this morning. We are working to confirm more about his specific motivations as the Joint Terrorism Task Force digs into his background, Harris.
All right, Nate Foy, thank you very much. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube. And
So this is where we going. This is the direction right now. We got this more news. ICE attacked. I don't know what people tried to say that it's the same on the right as on the left. Well, tell me, is it the same on the left, on the right, or all this violence coming from the left? And how does this play out in 2026, which is right around the corner, November? Let's have a discussion in the chat. ICE violence.
more information now on the breaking news. An incendiary device outside a federal building earlier this morning. This is downtown Manhattan. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force at the scene investigating as an anti-government attack. That's what they're calling it. Smoke billowing outside that federal building. And when ICE officers and immigration court members are there in the building, that's who's located there, as well as the New York City FBI field office. My next guest will join me by phone. He knows that building so well. James Galliano, Fox News contributor, retired FBI supervisory special agent. James, you're with me?
Yes, I am, Harris.
All right. First of all, tell me just kind of the configuration of where this device was billowing smoke, and then what you know about that building.
Yeah, so Harris, as you pointed out, I worked in that building for 2 decades. And as we come up on the 25-year anniversary of 9/11, many of us were at 26 Federal Plaza, the Jacob Javits building, that fateful day. So this is chilling and sobering. Now, having said that, everything that I'm hearing reported about what this individual had, this subject that's been taken into custody, it appears this was more performative than anything. Apparently, he had a shopping cart loaded with fireworks, some liquid that could have been used as the accelerant to start the fire. And Harris, he was armed with called airsoft guns. We use them in the military and in law enforcement to do simunition training. They basically shoot a little pellet. They're propelled by compressed air or gas or springs. They're less than lethal. So this was a performative thing because it was these are imitation guns. The building itself, it's been there since 1963. It is our tallest federal building in the entire country, 41 stories. And recently, when I say recently, within the last decade or so, the screening area was finally moved outside of the building itself on the Broadway side where this attack occurred.
Do you know why that was?
Yeah, well, post 9/11, a lot of changes to federal buildings where people could basically walk inside before they got screened. Now they're screened outside. And Harris, to your point, The Department of Homeland Security has offices inside that building. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, has offices in that building. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services and the FBI, when I was in the FBI 10 years ago, I believe we had 8 to 10 floors in that building. So very target-rich environment for somebody that really wanted to do something bad, but this looked more like a performative stunt than anything else.
All right, I'm going to push back a little bit because having covered the Oklahoma City bombing and many things earlier in my career that sometimes could have something that happened before that looked more performative. Not saying that OKC did, but there were other instances where that would happen. This gives someone an idea, if they're paying attention, of how we react with our law enforcement. This gives someone, if they're paying attention and this were their goal, not saying it was in this instance, but anybody watching this now can see how we respond, can see, did ICE come out? Were they in the building? What, I have a lot of questions about how we respond and everything's on camera. And it's my job to capture it. I'm a reporter, but I'm also inside thinking about that law enforcement.
Absolutely. Well said. Sometimes incidents like this will be a probe. This will be somebody testing it out or doing it on behalf of an organization. Now, we don't know that yet. We don't know if this was someone, either inspired or directed to do this, or this was somebody with psychiatric morbidities. We don't know that yet. But lastly, I'll say this. When I was the crisis management coordinator for the FBI in New York City, 2 things that you just mentioned. We had a robust crisis response plan, how we would respond to an attack. It's integrated with the Federal Protection Services. It's integrated with the NYPD and a continuity of operations plan. Where would we move our operations in the event that the attack rendered part of that building and our databases, unavailable?
Yeah, that is great information to hear. I know that NYPD and the FBI are on it, and I'm grateful. And thank you, James, for joining me on this breaking news. 20 years inside that building, you know it well.
Thanks, Harris.
So we're coming to you live from New York. We got brand new attacks on ICE. Now, this is a great segue. We got brand new attacks on ICE. It's the tallest federal building in Manhattan, and they say a suspect in custody after explosion outside NYC federal building. Suspect in custody. Double tap it to like button.
Investigating an apparent attack outside a federal building in Lower Manhattan. Look at this video here. Investigators say a man armed with an airsoft rifle and commercial-grade fireworks targeted 26 Federal Plaza, which houses ICE headquarters and the FBI's New York field office. The suspect, though, is now in custody. Joining me now is Anna Schechter. She covers crime for CBS News. Anna, thank you so much for your time. So what more can you tell us about what happened this morning at 26 Federal Plaza? And what are investigators learning about the suspect and his motive?
Well, it was about 8:30 a.m. when something caught fire. It was an explosive device inside a garbage can right behind me at this building. And this federal building houses the FBI's agents here at the FBI New York field office, other federal officials who work on sensitive cases. This individual who was taken into custody is a known anti-ICE activist, according to 2 law enforcement sources. We also learned that this individual had some kind of a long gun that was actually an airsoft gun. So it looks real, but only shoots plastic pellets, and it was concealed in some kind of a shopping cart. And police took this individual into custody, and the investigation is being led by the Joint Terrorist.
Okay, so this is the second recent attack involving an ICE facility after the Phoenix shooting. So what are you learning about the broader security concerns around these locations?
Well, for the last several years, it has been a heightened threat environment for federal buildings like this, and in particular in the wake of this immigration reform effort by the Trump administration. Lots of federal agents deployed around the country, some of them not necessarily trained to carry out immigration enforcement operations. And so you've had terrible things happen. You've had a man shot dead in Minneapolis by an ICE agent. You've had other people shot dead in other states. We just had an incident like that in Maine. So you've had a lot of tension around this current administration's immigration reform. And on the flip side, you have anti-ICE activists who have also come out to protest, many of them peacefully, but there have also been attacks like this one that is currently under investigation. But my sources tell me that all signs point to this being motivated by a sort of anti-ICE ideology, a frustration with the current administration. But also this is a really sort of typical attack carried out by anti-government people. We've seen a slew of these types of attacks over the last few years.
Yeah. Anna, what does the scene look like right now where you are? And also talk to us about the response from officials.
Well, I'm standing right next to several police officers, and there are dozens of police officers behind me. There were choppers overhead. You had the emergency services unit out here in full force, and we've been interviewing them over the last few weeks. We had so much going on in New York City. We had a woman saved from the Brooklyn Bridge a couple of weeks ago. We've had other instances where emergency services had to go up and take people off the top of the Empire State Building. So just a lot of things happening here, a lot of big events, but a lot of things where, a lot of incidents where law enforcement has had to engage. And this is yet another one of them. And I imagine you played that video from earlier this morning where you see black smoke, you see law enforcement engaging. This was a very tense situation earlier this morning. And thankfully, it appears no shots were fired. And I don't have any reports from my sources as to injuries.
Okay, Anna Schechter, thank you so much for your reporting today. I appreciate your time. And now I want to bring in former NYPD Sergeant Felipe Rodriguez. Sergeant Felipe, thank you for your time as well. What are you hearing from your sources at this early stage of the investigation?
Well, at this moment, what we have is an active, crime scene. It is an act of terrorism. Anytime that we have, any sort of explosion or what we call an improvised explosive device like we had here, it's going to be, investigated at the federal level. And, the investigation will carry on into federal prosecution. People have to realize that, even though at this time, thank God, we didn't have any major injuries or anything like that, just the fact that we use an explosive device is a heavy criminal charge. It will be, and at times can even be met with some sort of death penalty, case being brought against them.
Yeah, and we talked about how this building houses not only an immigration court, but also the FBI's new New York field office.
Yes.
Are there extra layers of security at locations like this?
That is, I gotta actually tell you from experience, it is one of the most secure locations that I've ever been to. I remember being a young detective and going for training with the FBI, and even to the fact that we had to go into different sections of the building, even though we were NYPD officers, we were actually escorted by uniformed FBI police officers, which are also located in that building. So we have multiple layers of security and multiple federal agencies that are housed in that building. And the security is intense. Look at the outer perimeter. We've had all these barriers that are already in place. And if you look at the building itself, I mean, you can't go a couple of feet without being some sort of CCTV surveillance. And it's multiple cameras that are layered one on top of another. So it is one of the most secure buildings that I've ever experienced in my 31 years of law enforcement.
That's the suspect right there being arrested. ICE, this is, like he said, one of the federal buildings in Manhattan, 140 stories, one of the tallest federal buildings in the country, if not the tallest. There it is right here. This person ignites an incendiary device downtown Manhattan and is arrested. Like he said, it's a potential this person could face death penalty charges based on what happened. Now let's go. We got some footage of what took place. I'm going to bring you some footage. We're going to look at it together. We can go slow motion. Let's go look. It's a couple different angles. We got a couple different angles. We're coming to you live from Manhattan, federal building that houses ICE, the Department of Homeland Security, 140 stories, incendiary device set off, and the person has been arrested. Double tap at the like button.
Guys, oh my God!
and then they're arrested. That's the person being arrested.
Get away. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is insane. Crazy.
ICE attack Manhattan Federal Building. This is live footage of the attacker being arrested and the actual device being lit. ICE attack on Federal Building in Manhattan. Everybody, as you come in, hit the like button. You're watching Perfect Timing Podcast, coming to you live all the way from Manhattan. If you look right now, let's watch it in slow motion together. Coming to you live from Manhattan right now. This is an ICE protester in Manhattan coming in with a liquid that's flammable and some type of incendiary devices. This is live. This is live footage. This is live footage, live from Manhattan Federal Building. ICE attack. ICE out protesters attack Federal Building in Manhattan. We're watching slow motion. The individual brought a liquid, a substance, and multiple fireworks. Let's look at it together. This is slow as we can get it. We're watching in slow motion, everybody. This is the liquid. You see the different things inside the I don't know how they got this close to the Federal Building. This is at the entrance of the Federal Building for ICE. This is the tallest Federal Building in the country. This is in Manhattan. This is in Manhattan, and an ICE protester comes to the Federal Building, 140 stories, with this liquid and this flammable device, and sets off this event right here. Brand new breaking news. This is just now. This individual, and then tries to get away. This is the individual right here, and this is that individual being arrested. ICE attack in Manhattan on the Manhattan Federal Building. I'm giving it to you in slow motion. Here it is in slow motion. It looks like a bucket. The question to me is, where is this person coming from? If this is the beginning of the video, I don't see a car that they got of. I don't know where this bucket is coming from. How many people have similar questions? Let me know the questions that you have in the chat. This is an attack on the Federal ICE building by an ICE out protester. They come with a bucket of liquid and incendiary devices. This is a slow motion. This is slow motion. This is at the entrance of the tallest Federal Building in Manhattan, New York. ICE out protesters. There has been similar protests at this building before. So this is not the first, but this is the first time they've used such devices. So that's that. I don't know where the bucket came from. We don't know where the liquid came from or where the person came from, but that's them in New York City. I think I got a different angle, and then they're arrested right here. Then let's watch it. Y'all want to watch it in full speed? Let's watch it in full speed. That was in slow motion. We're gonna watch it in full speed, and then I got a different angle.
Guys, oh my God. Get away. Oh my God.
This is police apprehending the guy or the individual. I'm sorry. This is police and federal agents apprehending the individual who set off the incendiary device. He's trying to get away. They're trying to outdo him. He's trying to get away. I got another angle. We're coming to you live from Manhattan. I don't know how much of this you heard. Let's listen. I'm going to give you another report. Listen to the report, and I'm going to give you another angle. Listen to the report, and then I'm going to give you another angle. Live footage. ICE out protest in Manhattan, New York. Double tap the like button as you come in.
More information now on the breaking news. An incendiary device
This is that person that we just saw being arrested. This is the young lady who was assisting. This is a different angle to what you just saw. Pay attention. I'm going to give you some more couple angles. You can make up your mind in the chat. Let me know in the chat. What's your opinion?
More information now on the breaking news. An incendiary device outside a federal building earlier this morning. This is downtown Manhattan. The FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force at the scene investigating as an anti-government attack. That's what they're calling it. Smoke billowing outside that federal building. And when ICE officers and immigration court members are there in the building, that's who's located there, as well as the New York City FBI field office. My next guest will join me by phone. He knows that building so well. James Galliano, Fox News contributor, retired FBI supervisory special agent. James, you're with me?
Yes, I am, Harris.
All right. First of all, tell me just kind of the configuration of where this device was billowing smoke, and then what you know about that building.
Yeah, so Harris, as you pointed out, I worked in that building for 2 decades. And as we come up on the 25-year anniversary of 9/11, many of us were at 26 Federal Plaza, the Jacob Javits building, that fateful day. So this is chilling and sobering. Now, having said that, everything that I'm hearing reported about what this individual had, this subject that's been taken into custody, it appears this was more performative than anything. Apparently, he had a shopping cart loaded with fireworks, some liquid that could have been used as the accelerant to start the fire. And Harris, he was armed with called airsoft guns. We use them in the military and in law enforcement to do simunition training. They basically shoot a little pellet. They're propelled by compressed air or gas or springs. They're less than lethal. So this was a performative thing because it was these are imitation guns. The building itself, it's been there since 1963. It is our tallest federal building in the entire country, 41 stories. And recently, when I say recently, within the last decade or so, the screening area was finally moved outside of the building itself on the Broadway side where this attack occurred.
Do you know why that was?
Yeah, well, post 9/11, a lot of changes to federal buildings where people could basically walk inside before they got screened. Now they're screened outside. And Harris, to your point, the Department of Homeland Security has offices inside that building. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, has offices in that building. United States Citizenship and Immigration Services and the FBI, when I was in the FBI 10 years ago, I believe we had 8 to 10 floors in that building. So very target-rich environment for somebody that really wanted to do something bad, but this looked more like a performative stunt than anything.
So 26 Federal Plaza, you heard the list of all of the different agencies in the building, over 140 stories. Let's go to the different, I got different angles on this. So I just showed you in slow motion. We got different angles in this. Now you just heard the report. Now you know what we're watching. So that was the context. Now let's look at it again. That was the context of what we're watching. This is an ICE out protest at 144, 26 Federal building in Manhattan. Let's take a look. Just
guys, oh my God.
this is what we're talking about. That was what the report. That's one. Now I got another angle. Then we're gonna watch another news report. We're talking about the ICE out attack in Manhattan, New York. As you come in, everybody hit the like button. We're talking about the ICE attack in New York. ICE out protester ignites incendiary device at the federal building in Manhattan. It's the largest federal building. It houses the FBI. It houses Homeland Security. It houses ICE. This building has been a building of favorite for ICE out protesters. If you're familiar with this building, then you know this is not the first time that they've had a protest at this building and that they've done such things at this building. Double tap at the like button. Yeah, they've been at this building before. They've been at this building before causing trouble, except today things got a little bit more serious. Now, this is a different angle. And I want to hear from you in the chat. Should this person be prosecuted for a death penalty? I want to hear from you in the chat. Was this violent or was this like the report said performative. Let's look at this from a different angle, and then we can look at both angles, and I want to hear from you in the chat. Oh, wow. We didn't see that before. So from the other angle, the other video cuts off. Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back, y'all. Let's go back, y'all. This is so interesting that we have this ability to look at it like this. Okay, this doesn't show the complete video. Let's watch this from the beginning. We're watching the ice out protester ignite a liquid along with incendiary devices. So let's watch.
Guys, oh my God!
So we assume it ends right there, but it didn't. This is not the end. This person does more damage. Now look.
Guys, oh my God!
That video cuts to him getting arrested or the person getting. Now let's go to my other angle. Let's go to my other angle, and I'm extremely surprised to see the person tried to do more damage. This is from the opposite window, the opposite angle. So we just saw the fire being started, and then the video cuts to the police arrested. So it seems like the person is running away from, but no, they don't just run. They throw more devices. Take a look at this. Now they run. Now the police intervene. So let's look at that in slow motion. Does everybody see what I'm seeing? Do you see what I'm seeing? The same person that we saw in the previous video is in this video, but they don't immediately get apprehended. What happens is they throw another device. So the person who started the fire, they hung out here. Look, they hung out, and now they're throwing something else to make the fire even bigger. We didn't see that in the other video. Look. Look, they're calling attention to themselves. I don't know why. You see it? You see it being thrown after the wound up. And then now the person runs off. Now the person, so you guys see that? After they start the fire, the other video leaves the impression like the person left. And look, they don't leave. After starting the fire, they don't leave. They're not immediately arrested. I don't know how and why that happens. Y'all see what I'm seeing? After starting this fire, we assume from this other video that they immediately leave. That's not what happens. They hang out. If we look at this right here, you look at this and you say to yourself, this is the person doing the crime, right? We look at this video, they pouring a liquid. Look at those, I don't know what those are. Are those canisters? Y'all tell me what those are. You see what's rolling out of the liquid? You see what's I don't know if there's smoke bombs. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where the liquid comes from. We don't know what's in the liquid. We don't know where the bucket comes from or what's in those canisters. Okay, what I want to point out from this video, we're looking at two different videos from two different angles. In this video, the person who starts the fire or the incendiary device, it cuts. It doesn't show the second level of this. Y'all see that? It just shows them start the fire in this video, and then they run away. It doesn't show them hang around. So what I am saying to you this morning, after they start this, they don't leave. You see them run away, but they actually don't leave. You see that? Everybody watching me? So let's go to the other angle. It looks like from that video, they leave the scene. No, this is why I say performative, because they hang around, but when they throw the other device, it's like they do this wind up. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Again, this is in slow motion. This is in slow motion. They never left. This is the fire burning. They come back. They have something else, and they're doing this wind up. You guys see the wind up dance? I don't know what this wind up is about. I don't know what this dance is about. I don't know what this performance is about, but they do it. Then now they throw another device on another Barbie throw another shrimp on the Barbie, mate. Throw another shrimp on the Barbie, mate. Then they throw another shrimp on the Barbie. Now they're arrested. You see police coming from both angles. But a question we have right now, I don't know how you guys feel about this in the chat. What took the police so long? Now that we've looked at both videos, and now that we understand that this person started this fire and then hung out and did this performative dance before trying to escalate the fire. Let's take a look. Come back. Look. Perform. Now I throw it. What's going on with this right here? Y'all help me out in the chat. Is this performative? What should be the charge? We're coming to you live from Manhattan. This is the country's largest federal building, 140 stories. It houses ICE, FBI, ICE out protesters have protested at this building numerous times. Today they start an incendiary device, and the person is arrested. We're watching video from multiple angles. After they start this fire, they hang out like a mental health patient, and they like perform like they want to get caught. Y'all let me know in the chat. So they scream. Did you see that? They scream. Oh shit. No, you getting charged, man. I don't give a fuck if that's a firework. Fuck that. No, this person, you getting charged with terrorists because they trying to say it's a firework or it's because that federal agent, when they ran by and that shit went off, they could have got hurt. Y'all see that? Oh, no. Coming to you live from Manhattan. Let me know how you feel about it in the chat. Coming to you live from Manhattan. We have an attack coming to you live from Manhattan. We got ICE out protesters attack the federal building in Manhattan. Over 140 stories. Double tap hit the like button as you guys come in. This is crazy. Ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. It's like ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Did y'all know I had a report? Do I got the report? Hold on. Do I got the report about the TPS? TPS? Yep. I got it right here. Somebody talking about ICE right here. I got it right here. Shout out to you, homie. Americans are celebrating after new report finds 80% of Haitian illegal aliens fled Springfield, Ohio. Ice, baby. Too cold. It's like ice, baby. Just go back home. Double tap hit the like button, man. Double tap hit the, and that was another Supreme Court victory. By the POTUS with the MOTUS. That was another Supreme Court victory with the POTUS by the MOTUS, baby. Ice, baby. Ice, baby. Let's get into it, man. Americans are celebrating after a new report finds 80% of Haitian illegals are self-deported. You know, the CBP app, they get $2,600 and they get a free ride home. They probably figure they can come back, but let's keep going. You know what I'm saying? Local Haitians are panicking, say businesses plummeted, restaurants, stores empty. Got what I voted for. Can I get I got what I voted for in the chat? Can I get I got what I voted for in the chat? Yeah, baby, we got what we voted for. MAGA Monday! Shit! I love MAGA Mondays. Yeah, we got what we voted for. So many people left, and it's getting worse. 80% of the community left already. They say many Haitians left town out of fear of deportation after the Supreme Court ruling allows their temporary protected status to be stripped away. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. Let's go, MAGA. Let's go. That means they did it for free. That means we don't have to arrest anybody. That means because Trump is being a strict and stern president, that means that they are removing themselves. I think that's a win-win, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a win-win, ladies and gentlemen. You mean Trump creates policy. Trump backs up that policy, and we don't even have to arrest people. We don't even have to arrest people. They are voluntarily leaving because Trump is such a badass. Can I get Trump is a badass in the chat? Let's go. TPS being lifted results in Haitians deserting community in Ohio. Double tap at the like button. Breaking news, everybody.
Haitian business owners in Springfield have been telling us they're losing business.
So many people left.
And it's getting worse.
80% of the community, they already left.
They say many Haitians left town out of fear of deportation after a Supreme Court ruling that allows their temporary protected status to be stripped away. And community leaders are watching another possible consequence.
I do think that it's going to be something that is going to impact our community.
Kara Van Zandt is a longtime Springfield resident and the assistant executive director for the Clark County Land Bank. She says they've been working to renovate or remove abandoned properties already made worse by the housing crisis.
With vacant lots, I know that we have tax foreclosed properties, which is a number that we use quite often. That means that they are officially been left, so that abandoned category is checked. We have about 500 parcels in Clark County, primarily in the city of Springfield.
Now there's concern that if more Haitian families leave in a short period of time, even more houses can sit empty, adding to the neighborhoods they've already been helping to recover from blight. And that recovery comes at a cost.
Just a basic site of this nature is going to be a couple $1 million, from beginning to end.
In that recent presentation to City Council, the group says they're getting money from the state, have finished several projects, and will focus on the city's west side next.
If we didn't have those funds coming down from the state, we would be stuck with all of these brownfields and blight.
Leaders say you can expect to see more renovation work happening over the next year, but they say there's still more work to do as many Haitians move out.
Oh, it's very bad for us.
Sheena Elzy joins me now from Springfield, Ohio. And Sheena, great reporting. It sounds like Springfield's been wrestling with this for a while, though. This didn't happen overnight. Were Haitian immigrants originally seen as part of the solution to this vacancy problem?
Well, the evidence certainly suggests that. After talking with some Haitian families, I found out many of them were living in rental houses that were once vacant before. And a lot of the Haitian business owners are also in strip malls that used to be abandoned or vacant before. But now that situation has definitely changed here.
So now walking through the streets of Springfield, how visible are the changes? And do we know where these Haitian families are going to?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you can see on the streets here is sometimes we've seen a lot of people, more people actually walking around because a lot of the Haitian immigrants, they don't have their driver's license and can't get one at this point. So we've seen more people walking around with nowhere to go. Some of the Haitian families tell me that they can't go back to Haiti because of the violence and the gangs there. They're worried about their families being killed or kidnapped. So they're going to other states or staying in town with nowhere to go and ending up homeless. And another problem that comes with that is the example right here. I want to walk you over here. And I want you to look up right at that sign there. That sign is a sign of a former homeless shelter. So this vacant building used to be a homeless shelter, but now there's even fewer options for the people of Haitian community, in the Haitian community or anywhere in town to go if they are left homeless. Now, the mayor, in a recent meeting, the mayor did say they are working with other nonprofits to try and open up more places for people to go, but it's still a big issue here in town.
How are daily services being impacted if 80% of the population is gone? What happens to local businesses and schools and public transit?
Yeah, well, a lot of the Haitian immigrants were working manufacturing jobs. Some of them I talked to were working at warehouses, like Amazon warehouses and things of that nature. And as far as the businesses go, a lot of the Haitian-owned businesses, at least, say they're seeing less of it and they're struggling trying to keep up. But they tell me they're going to stay in town until they're forced out.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. Great reporting, Sheena.
TPS results, temporary protection status has been lifted on Haitian Americans. Double tap, hit the like button. Somebody brought up ICE. I don't know how many of y'all been following. I follow stories, so I just want to bring y'all the latest. Because the Supreme Court, and this is going to be the same thing there for Somalians, true. It was like 3,500 Somalians. It was like 400,000 Haitians, and it was more people at TPS. I had a whole nother table set up about. It was over like 1 million people affected by Trump's TPS victory with the Supreme Court. A lot of people don't know that. So just bringing to you guys.
Haitian business.
Following up on the Supreme Court's decision to remove TPS.
Just once and for all.
Supreme Court to remove TPS. Haitians are self-deporting. I repeat, Haitians are self-deporting. Republican VP nominee J.D. Vance on claim of Haitian migrants eating pets in Springfield. We're not going to revisit that, the whole eating dogs comment. But I did want to point out to you that Senator Mike Lee.
Chamber would be in an uproar. We'd hear of little else if China stole the banking information of 220 million Americans.
That's about it.
At this hour, we're getting new immigration enforcement numbers, and here are some of the highlights. ICE deportations and removals for the current fiscal year, which began last October, stand now at more than 356,000. That's an average of roughly 1,260 deportations per day. The total number of people in ICE custody now is just under 66,000. Almost 40,000 of those have criminal convictions or pending criminal charges. Great Britain has a new prime minister. At this hour, we're getting new immigration enforcement numbers, and here's.
So TPS has resulted in Haitians self-deporting. I don't know how many of y'all know.
Haitian business owners in Springfield have been telling us they're losing business.
So many people left.
And it's getting worse.
80% of the community, they already left.
They say many Haitians left town out of fear of deportation after a Supreme Court ruling that allows their temporary protected status to be stripped away. And community leaders are watching another possible consequence.
I do think that it's going to be something that is going to impact our community.
Kara Van Zandt is a longtime Springfield resident and the assistant executive director for the Clark County Land Bank. She says they've been working to renovate or remove abandoned properties already made worse by the housing crisis.
With vacant lots, I know that we have tax foreclosed properties, which is a number that we use quite often. That means that they are officially been left, so that abandoned category is checked. We have about 500 parcels in Clark County, primarily in the city of Springfield.
Now there's concern that if more Haitian families leave in a short period of time, even more houses can sit empty, adding to the neighborhoods they've already been helping to recover from blight. And that recovery comes at a cost.
Just a basic site of this nature is going to be a couple $1 million, you know, from beginning to end.
In that recent presentation to City Council, the group says they're getting money from the state, have finished several projects, and will focus on the city's west side next.
If we didn't have those funds coming down from the state, we would be stuck with all of these brownfields and blight.
Leaders say you can expect to see more renovation work happening over the next year, but they say there's still more work to do as many Haitians move out.
Well, it's very bad for us.
Sheena Elzy joins me now from Springfield, Ohio. And Sheena, great reporting. It sounds like Springfield's been wrestling with this for a while, though. This didn't happen overnight. Were Haitian immigrants originally seen as part of the solution to this vacancy problem?
Well, the evidence certainly suggests that. After talking with some Haitian families, I found out many of them were living in rental houses that were once vacant before. And a lot of the Haitian business owners are also in strip malls that used to be abandoned or vacant before. But now that situation has definitely changed here.
So now walking through the streets of Springfield, how visible are the changes? And do we know where these Haitian families are going to?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you can see on the streets here is sometimes we've seen a lot of people, more people actually walking around because a lot of the Haitian immigrants, they don't have their driver's license and can't get one at this point. So we've seen more people walking around with nowhere to go. Some of the Haitian families tell me that they can't go back to Haiti because of the violence and the gangs there. They're worried about their families being killed or kidnapped. So they're going to other states or staying in town with nowhere to go and ending up homeless. And another problem that comes with that is the example right here. I want to walk you over here. And I want you to look up right at that sign there. That sign is a sign of a former homeless shelter. So this vacant building used to be a homeless shelter, but now there's even fewer options for the people of Haitian community, in the Haitian community or anywhere in town to go if they are left homeless. Now, the mayor, in a recent meeting, the mayor did say they are working with other nonprofits to try and open up more places for people to go, but it's still a big issue here in town.
How are daily services being impacted if 80% of the population is gone? What happens to local businesses and schools and public transit?
Yeah, well, a lot of the Haitian immigrants were working manufacturing jobs. Some of them I talked to were working at warehouses, like Amazon warehouses and things of that nature. And as far as the businesses go, a lot of the Haitian-owned businesses, at least, say they're seeing less of it and they're struggling trying to keep up. But they tell me they're going to stay in town until they're forced out.
Okay, we'll leave it there for now. Thank you so much. Great reporting, Sheena.
What y'all think in the chat? Is this what you voted for? I need to know from you in the chat. Is this what you voted for? Trump created policy. He revokes TPS. Now, this is after you got the $19 billion fraud and everything that took place. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened and then could not control the borders. So this is a result of Democratic programs. I want to know from you how you feel about it. This actually went to the Supreme Court. Donald Trump removes TPS for Somalians and the Haitians. It goes to the Supreme Court. Donald Trump wins in the Supreme Court. Now, as a result of Donald Trump winning and removing the TPS, Haitians are self-deporting using the CBP app. You get $2,600 and you get a free plane ride back home. You get $2,600 and you get a free plane ride back home. So Donald Trump creates his policy, enforces his administration, enforces the policy, and without one soldier, without one arrest, we have 80% of illegals, 80%. Think about this. Think about this when we talk about money spent and money saved. A penny cent is a dollar saved, right? So Donald Trump's policy leads to the Haitian community self-deporting. Not one ICE agent was involved. They understood. They were watching the Supreme Court. They saw the Supreme Court come back. Number one, Donald Trump said TPS was over in March. Me on my channel, we were watching, counting down to March. It was March 27th or was it March 13th? TPS expired. A liberal lower court 9th Circuit judge said, no, we got to go to Supreme Court. Supreme Court recently came back and said, no, Donald Trump has the right to rescind TPS. Now, I am reporting to you as a result of that Supreme Court decision to uphold the president decision. Please understand the mathematics, the methodical nature of this. The Supreme Court didn't make the decision. Donald Trump made the decision. The Supreme Court let the American people and the liberals know that the president, double tap at the like button. Come on, do y'all understand what I'm saying? Double tap at the like button. I said the Supreme Court didn't make the decision. Donald Trump, President Trump, removed TPS. A liberal judge tried to question the power of the president. The Supreme Court upheld the president's power. The Supreme Court upheld Donald Trump's power and right to remove TPS. Now we have Haitians self-deporting.
Republican Governor Mike DeWine. Governor, you just heard Secretary Mullen defend the decision. You say it's a mistake. What's your take?
Well, I think it's a mistake for a number of reasons. First of all, to go back to what you were just discussing, you cannot fly into Port-au-Prince today. The U.S. carriers are prohibited from going in there. They've extended that ban. Federal officials, the United States have extended that ban into September now, and it's been there for a long time. The reason they can't go in there is because these gang leaders who control a good part of Haiti today shoot at the planes when they come in. So that's certainly one thing. You've pointed out, advisories, heavy advisories. U.S. citizens do not go into Haiti. It's a very, very dangerous place. Just this last week, several more school children were killed just because gangs were shooting back and forth. The gangs control a significant part of Haiti, so it is clearly not safe. Anybody who has followed Haiti over a long, extended period of time knows that it's worse than it has, frankly, ever been, and certainly in recent memory. But the other point is, it is not in the United States' interest, certainly not in Ohio's interest, to have people who are working every single day, who are supporting a family, who are buying houses, fixing up old houses, starting businesses, and then put deep roots in this country and really are contributing, and yank them out. I mean, look at what the mayor of Springfield says. Mayor says that is a huge, huge mistake. They're contributing. Rob Rue says they're contributing greatly. Mistake to do that. I would cite also the two Ohio congressmen who have probably the most Haitians, the Republicans who have the most Haitians in their district, voted in favor of the extension of TPS. So what I would hope that the Trump administration would do is reconsider this. Look at how it's going to impact states like Ohio. In Ohio, the Haitians are working primarily in manufacturing. They're also working in the food area. But if you look at where they're working across the country, probably the most important area they're working is in healthcare. It's Haitians who many times are taking care of your mom or your dad who has Alzheimer's.
What y'all think in the chat? What y'all think in the chat? Haitians, TPS has been ended by Trump. And because of Trump ending TPS, Haitians are self-deporting. Not one ICE arrest. Haitians are self-deporting. Double tap. Haitian immigrants lose temporary status after SCOTUS. How y'all feel about that? And now, as a result, they are self-deporting. Double tap. Hit the like button. Ohio is being impacted. Ohio is being impacted because of businesses and people not going to restaurants, not going to businesses. Temporary protected status for Haitians has been extended. We're not getting into that right there. And let's get into Starmer. Let's get into Starmer out. Let's get into Starmer. Brand new prime minister. I heard something about somebody had some rumbling in the chat. Brand new prime minister Starmer is out. This is what I've been talking about when conservatives and MAGA been talking about NATO and Trump. I said Trump was right. Trump was right. This is why we don't need to be in NATO. This is why we don't need to do business with Spain. Double tap hit the like button, man. Starmer is out.
I'm about to visit His Majesty the King to offer my resignation and close the book on my time as Prime Minister. We face a world now where our enemies will stop at nothing to divide us because of our values, our freedom, our decency, and frankly, because of our unflinching resolve towards the brave people of Ukraine. And so under this attack, it is vital that we remember the greatness of the Britain all around us, that while we debate how to fix our problems, there is something we inherit from our country and our character that can give us confidence that we can change our country for the better, that we can create a Britain where every child can go as far as their talent will take them, and we can unite different people under our common flag if we don't succumb to that division. So as I now pass the baton to Andy Burnham, I wish him every success. He has my full support. I go with good grace, I go with a smile, and I go proud of everything that we have achieved. Thank you very much.
Starmer out, Starmer out, and we out, UK. We out of NATO. We out of the business of the UK. Double tap, hit the like button. Starmer out. Starmer goes to the King Charles to tender his resignation. Double tap, hit the like button. Starmer out. Yes, this is Keir Starmer leaving Buckingham Palace. So he had to go to the king. He had to go to the king and give his resignation. Starmer is out, you guys. Keir Starmer is out. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is out. He's going to see King Charles to tender his resignation. Brand new Prime Minister in Canada, brand new Prime Minister. This is why I say I back Trump, Rubio, and the administration in no longer being in a monetary relationship with Europe. No longer. I do not support. I'm not saying we don't have to be friends with Europe, but it is no longer viable. And I can't see an intelligent reason for us to be in a monetary, military relationship with Europe. Keir Starmer out, brand new leadership in Canada. And the reason I say that when they have these new leaders, they don't take into account how this will affect American geopolitics, right? They don't bring that up, right? They just do whatever they want to do, right? That's what that's about. That's why I say our interests are not aligned, man. America and the UK, Britain, our interests are not aligned. Starmer out, man.
It's not even quite 6 o'clock and I've already arrived at a really rather busy Downing Street. You can see hordes of media descending because they are here to see Andy Burnham become Prime Minister later today. Our 5th Prime Minister in just 4 years, our 7th Prime Minister in little over 10 years. He, I think, will acknowledge that in his speech when he walks up Downing Street and gives his first speech as Prime Minister, but will still set out a programme for years of change, what he described on Friday as the biggest shift in British politics in 40 years. That is a clear sign that he wants to break not just with what has come in the last few years, not just with the 14 years of Conservative government, but also with some of the policies of the new Labour governments in which he served. It is going to be fascinating to see what the former Mayor of Greater Manchester says. There's still lots that we don't know about his government. Once he's given his first speech as Prime Minister, he will then begin the task of appointing his cabinet, who will be his Chancellor. That's a fascinating question. It appears Siobhan Mahmood likely now to take that job over Ed Miliband, who for some time had been seen as the favourite. Lots of unanswered questions will be answered today, and you can follow along on BBC News. Well, it's not even quite 6 o'clock and I've already arrived at a really rather busy Downing Street. You can see hordes of media descending because they are here to see Andy Burnham become Prime Minister later today. Our 5th Prime Minister in just 4 years, our 7th Prime Minister in little over 10 years. He, I think, will acknowledge that in his speech when he walks up Downing Street and gives his first speech as Prime Minister, but will still set out a programme.
So let me list. Like, have you guys heard about the socialists, why this is important? Because this guy is socialist, like Mondani and the Democratic Socialist left, and they're going along with this socialist trend geopolitically. Some of the things that the new Prime Minister holds dear, public ownership. He supports placing life essentials such as water and energy sectors under public and state control. Socialism. housing. He wants to expand affordable housing and build more council houses. That means more projects, public housing, decentralization. He wants to shift political and financial power away from London, Whitehall, and toward local regional governments. Again, socialism, communism, rejection of he actively pushes to undo policies established in the 1980s that favor privatization and free markets. So this is more in the socialist trend that we see, not just in New York, but I've argued globally. So it's not just that Starmer is out. It's not just, this is where I say, when I say our interests don't align with these people, man, that's why we shouldn't do NATO. That's why we shouldn't be in the UN. Our interests do not align with these people, man. They have different priorities. Double tap at the like button. They have different priorities. Starmer out, brand new socialist prime minister coming into the UK, and we out of NATO. We out of USAID. We out of the UN, and this is why. Double tap at the like button.
The UK officially set to name Andy Burnham as the next prime minister. The new Labour leader wasting no time touting his plan for socialist-style policies, while throwing a not-so-subtle jab at the capitalist achievements of former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher.
Britain took a series of wrong turns in the 1980s. Political power was centralised and economic power was privatised. That in turn led to the concentration of more wealth and power in the hands of fewer people and fewer places. This change today is the most significant change moment in our politics for 40 years. It will take us to a country where life is more affordable and all people and places are lifted from where they are now.
Harry Cole is the editor-at-large at The Sun, and he joins us now. So great to have you on this morning. Thank you for joining us, Harry. So the amazing rewriting of history there to forget the accomplishments of free markets over socialism in the 80s and 90s. What are you all in for?
Morning, Charlie. Well, it's starting to feel a little bit like New York in Britain right now. It's very much back to the 70s. He's promising to nationalise railways, buses, utilities, but we've heard all these old tunes before. This is a guy, Andy Burnham, who served in Tony Blair's government. He was a minister that brought in more privatisation than any health secretary to our nationalised socialist healthcare system, and now he disappeared off to Manchester. He became its mayor. He's rebranded. He's cool now. He wears trainers. He likes football. He plays the guitar. He's nice and fluffy. We've heard this so many times. You know, they dress it up. They become all kind of, you know, smiley wavy, but underneath that hard left core leaves us all poorer.
Yeah, and it's kind of amazing to listen to him talk about the centralization under free markets, whereas, of course, what he's proposing is the ultimate in centralization of power in the government. I want to play this clip where he appears to be playing footsie with the idea of a wealth tax, which is basically just confiscating people's wealth. Listen.
Economically, what can you do differently? A wealth tax, possibly, of the super rich, which is what a lot of people, economists, are calling for?
I'm going to obviously take my time to properly, look at the state of things, particularly the state of the finances. I do believe we need a greater sense of fairness and people feeling that things are being done in the right way and a fair way.
Nothing says fairness like the government ripping money out of the hands of people who earned it.
Well, exactly. Andy Burnham's been very coy about what he's going to do other than that sort of big picture left-wing tilt. There's no real plan. He's not really taking any questions. He's doing those soft soap podcasts with former ex-footballers rather than actually any hard questions. But yeah, no, clearly opening the door there. He said that everyone's got to pay a little more tax. Everyone's got to pay their part. Britain already has the highest tax burden in peacetime. Our taxes in Britain are higher than they were in World War II. And when we were, defeating the Nazis, and yet he already says that we have to expect taxes to go up. One glimmer of hope, though, with Andy Burnham, he isn't hocked to the unions. He's been backed by all the biggest public sector unions in the UK, but one big union, the GMB, who represent oil and gas drillers, have also backed him, and he is opening the door now to perhaps finally re-drilling the North Sea, opening up our energy independence, which is something that Donald Trump has called for many times and fell out with the previous Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, over very publicly. So a tiny glimmer of hope there.
You know, it's kind of interesting. Andy Burnham comes kind of out of left field for most Americans who don't follow this stuff closely. How did he wind up in the position that he is?
Well, this is Britain's 7th Prime Minister in 10 years, which tells you something about the fundamental ungovernable situation that the country finds itself in. It's a deeply divided country, mass immigration, net zero, big issue. The cost of living, of course, as it is here in America, affordability, a big problem in the UK. Look, the British public have tried lots of things. They tried electing Boris Johnson back a few years ago. They tried voting for Brexit a few years ago. They tried voting for Keir Starmer, who was already pretty left-wing, back in 2024. He failed to deliver. He became the historically most unpopular Prime Minister since they invented polling. This strikes me as another roll of the dice, but it's not a roll of the dice by the British public. It's a roll of the dice by the British Labour Party. This guy stood in a special election. Only 25,000 people tops have voted for him. So when he comes in with his hard left agenda, when he comes in promising to take us back to the 70s and unpick Thatcherism and unpick Blairism, he has not got a mandate for this. So I have a horrible feeling all this hopey change stuff is going to hit the runway at 500 miles an hour Monday morning when it comes into contact reality, because the British public, no one's voted for this guy.
Yeah, well, we're familiar with the hopey change not quite working out. Really appreciate it. Thank you for coming on, and
Anytime.
hope you'll come back as things develop further.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
A landslide victory. Keir Starmer has resigned as Prime Minister.
I will resign as leader of the Labour Party,
bringing a dramatic end to his time in Downing Street. His departure marks yet another chapter in a period of extraordinary political instability, making his successor the 7th British Prime Minister in 10 years. The resignation has triggered a leadership contest within Labour and sparked intense speculation across Westminster about the future direction of both the party and government. As MPs, party members and political commentators weigh the potential candidates, attention is intensifying on Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, who has quickly emerged as the frontrunner to succeed Starmer.
So my point of showing that video is to reiterate this instability, because that's what he focused on, is that this shows how they don't have their act together. And this doesn't even include Brexit. I mean, we're not even talking about Brexit for those of you who understand, and I know a lot of you don't understand Brexit and the immigration issues that they're dealing with, but this is just their leadership issues. And you have the Queen who passed away, King Charles, new to the role. They got a lot to get together over there, whether they're going to be a monarchy, whether they're going to be communists or socialists, whether or not they're going to let Russia invade, and none of it has to do anything with America, bro. None of it has to do anything with America. So, I mean, when you hear about the instability and the brand new prime minister in Canada, Yeah, man, it's just you're just making the argument of why we don't need to be part of NATO, why we withdrew from USAID, and why we plan on drawing down our participation in the UN, and why conservative outlets and MAGA support Trump, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance no longer participating in NATO, drawing down its monetary commitments to NATO and the UN and USAID. This is why. This is why. It's not just that Starmer is out, it's the lack of direction and their lack of lining up with American principles. And we saw that when we went into Iran. So what I don't say that we need to be enemies with these individuals in Europe. I'm just saying we don't need to be monetarily connected to them if they don't know what they're doing and where they're going. We don't need to be their military big brother anymore. We don't need to be monetarily connected to Europe. We don't need to be paying their taxes. We don't need to be paying for their protection. If they want to be a nuclear rise, if they want to defend against Russia, if they feel Putin is encroaching upon them, they need to take care of it. America's out of it. And maybe that will make them get their act together, because America can't save Europe. America can't. If you guys can't pick a prime minister, if you guys can't decide whether or not you want to be a monarchy, if you guys can't control your immigration, right, that has nothing to do with America, and America needs to stop paying the bill while Europe goes through these monarchy differences, right? It's just like the Middle East. So I said, we out of bed, we out of love with Europe. That's what I say. We out of bed, we out of love with Europe. What do you think in the chat? We out of bed, we out of love with you. Man, we had a fire show today, man. We had a fire show today. Mega MAGA Monday, man. Dine and Dash said Keir Starmer was decent. I'm not even talking down on Keir Starmer. I'm talking down on the EU. I'm talking down on the whole structure as it relates to America, because what we see in Iran, I talk a lot about geopolitics, right? And a lot of people claim to understand geopolitics, but they don't understand what's truly going on with the relationship between America and these countries, right? And why you see Trump saying in the NATO summit, number one, when we were just, this is big on what we're talking about today with the 9 days of strikes in Iran. We were just in a NATO summit in Turkey. Trump said he didn't want to go. Trump said he doesn't want to be part of NATO. He said the only reason he went is to make sure that Turkey was the power broker in the region. While at the NATO summit in Turkey, he said, I don't want to do business with Spain anymore. He said, don't talk to him. I don't want to do any trade with Spain. This is what's going on geopolitically as we did with Iran. There is a breakdown in our relationship with European nations and countries, and I am highlighting Starmer leaving, 7 prime minister in 10 years. You have to look at the instability. I even told my audience about a young man, famous YouTuber. I'm a content creator, so I look at content creators. You are weak thinking, needs to cut tie, take back. Let me get rid of it. So I talked about a young man who moved to Cyprus. And he moved to Cyprus because Cyprus is part of the EU. These are nuances people don't understand when having this discussion. But the problem was he wanted to benefit from the tax breaks because this was in the European Union. And they said, you won't be able to get the tax breaks because of Brexit. He said, you're a UK non-EU resident. So because the UK left the European Union, he doesn't get to live in Cyprus and benefit. So I always tell that story to highlight the breakdown and the instability that they're going through, just like this Starmer leaving, being replaced by a socialist Labor Party. I just read to you what he wants to do, just like Mondani. Starmer's being replaced by a socialist Labor Party. He wants to do public ownership, changes the housing and decentralization and rejection, actively pushes to undo policies established in the 1980s that favored privatization and free markets. He supports placing life essentials such as water and energy sectors under public and state control. This is the new prime minister. He already won. He won in the landslide. This is just like Democratic socialists in New York. The new prime minister is a socialist, and he won in a landslide. What he wants to do is public ownership. He wants to take away water and energy. He wants to take away housing and build more projects. He wants to shift political financial power away from London, Whitehall, and to a local regional. So when we talk about Bill Maher, I had Bill Maher was talking about how Bill Maher said his vote is up for grabs, right? Because of how the Democratic Socialists are so communist leaning, right? So it's like this thing that we see in New York is not unique to New York. This democratic socialism, communism, left-leaningism is happening in a lot of the westernized countries, and it's happening now with Starmer being kicked out and being elected overwhelmingly by a Labor Party, just like Madani, who wants to do socialism. This is the reality in the globe right now. So I don't see. I'm not even talking down on Starmer. I'm not even saying, and then remember, I've been educating you about Starmer and Macron. Macron and the leader in France. Again, another country who's supposed to be a NATO ally who's not congruent on America, who wasn't with us on Iran, who wasn't with us on Venezuela. So when we have these conversations, it's not so much about, hey, Keir Starmer was a bad guy. It's about understanding the Trump administration's policy and relationship with NATO, and why we feel the way we feel about NATO, why we made the decisions we made with USAID, why we made the decisions that we made as far as funding as it relates to the UN. Now it makes a little bit more sense, hopefully, if you've been paying attention. Double tap at the like button, everybody. This has been the Perfect Timing Podcast, Mega MAGA Monday Extravaganza. Perfect Timing Podcast, Mega. I'm going to ask a huge favor right now. Everybody watching right now, hit the like button and subscribe. All 5,000 people watching right now, hit the like button and subscribe. If you're watching me on the cell phone, go to the ellipsis in the top right-hand corner and hit the ellipsis. That'll give you a chance to like or dislike the video. You can double tap the screen. Boop, 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 boop. Double tap the screen, and that way you could be help me like and support the video, support the channel. Thank you guys for all y'all support, man. It's been a great fire show today, man. Man, we be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. every day, 1 p.m. Same bad time, same bad channel. #1 channel on YouTube for geopolitics and geopolitical debate is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Make sure you like, share, subscribe. If you're so inclined, send a super chat, send a gift, and when you subscribe, you're gonna get a plus sign that will allow you to join the channel. Become a member, man. We do member-only lives. When you become a member, you get your comments and your names lit up in the chat when the chat gets rolling and rumbling. So I incentivize you to hit the like button at this time. Hit the subscribe button, man. Thank you so much for watching, man. We'll be back tomorrow, man. Mega MAGA Monday, we out, man. God bless America. God bless the Trump. God bless the soldiers and the casualties that we lost over the weekend. God bless those soldiers. Thank you for your commitment to the America. Thank you to your service. Thank you for your commitment, man. God bless you, your souls, and God bless your families. Oh, man, thank you for your sacrifice. I ask all these blessings in God's name. Hey, you guys, we'll see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Perfect Timing Podcast, the #1 podcast on YouTube for political and geopolitical debate. I know y'all want to come here. This ain't the guy. I'm not on TikTok. You know, a lot of people just be on TikTok and they on YouTube secondarily. They don't respect the YouTube audience. I don't like that shit. They primarily TikTokers. They liberals. They pussy ass TikTokers. And they liberals. And they come on here and they on TikTok and they got a secondary feed on YouTube. That's pussy. And they don't respect the YouTube audience. Every day I come on here and I'm committed to giving you high-level content. Look, read my description, check out my thumbnail. When you subscribe to my channel, you're going to see high-level content. So I'm committed to giving you high-level content, man. And I want you to understand there's a difference between TikTok and liberals, right? There's a difference between a TikTok and liberal. And you can see the TikTok screen. You can see the people in the square. There's a difference between a TikToking liberal and an actual YouTuber who knows how to be an MC, a microphone controller, who does research and analytical data and then presents it in a charismatic, comedic way in a podcast. There's a difference between what I do and with them bitch ass TikTokers with them fake ass Google phone numbers. Call in and debate me. Call in and debate me. And they never debate anybody like me with any intelligence on the issue, because it's not about a debate. It's about their makeup. If you notice, all of these people who want to do a call in used to be like washouts in Los Angeles. This is what I don't like about a lot of the scene. A lot of the people doing the TikTok shit are people who tried to be on a commercial and you failed, right? So now you're on TikTok talking about politics and you don't know shit about politics. So the way that you protect your ignorance is you put up a phone number. Your lack of talent and your lack of knowledge, you put up a phone number. I carried a podcast for 4 hours by myself. I carried a podcast for 4 hours by myself with energy. Every day, 1 p.m., we kick ass on this podcast. YouTube needs to be paying me a lot fucking money for how well I do my shit. But these motherfuckers run like a radio, like a call-in show, and they don't have an MC. They don't have the ability to present the information, research the information, and debate the information. They hide behind they hide behind TikTok, they hide behind those Google call-in numbers. There's a difference between me, a real political, conservative media outlet and YouTuber, and them fake-ass liberal TikTokers and them fake-ass fucking phone numbers. Subscribe to your guy. Double tap at the like button, man. I'm out, man. I'll see y'all tomorrow at 1 p.m., man.